We're getting there. We're dealing with all the technicals. I guess I should say, hey, it's all computer.
Chair, we are ready to start the meeting.
I'd like to call to order the Planning Commission meeting of June 11th, 2025. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. Secretary, could you please read the invocation?
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interests of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Okay, thank you. You can sit down. Elizabeth, please read the roll and announce the remote commissioner tonight.
Okay, roll call. Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Present.
Commissioner Biagini,
Here.
Commissioner Cherukuru,
Here.
Commissioner Wang,
Here.
Commissioner Buza,
Present.
Commissioner Salame,
Here.
Commissioner Crutchlow.
Here.
Thank you.
Since we have a full dais, we can move forward to declaration of commission procedures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to address the fact that one commissioner is remote.
Okay. So we need to go through the process of him declaring his not being with anyone else. And
Pursuant to AB 361, a member of the commission is able to participate remotely in an emergency circumstance, which is defined as either a physical or family medical emergency. When using this remote provision, the member who is remote is requested to give a general description of the circumstances relating to his need to appear remotely. The bill then says something completely contradictory, which is, this description need not require the member to disclose any medical diagnosis or disability or any other personal medical information. So, without disclosing any personal medical information, are you utilizing the medical exemption to appear remotely tonight, Commissioner?
That is correct.
Thank you. That is all we needed.
then he has to post outside the door.
That is for the traditional teleconferencing. This is the newer version. So, but I will have to ask for every vote whether there's anyone 18 years or older in the room with you. So be ready for that question.
Okay, thank you. Now we can, I guess, do a declaration of commission procedures.
All right.
Very Crutchlow.
Public hearings are conducted by the chair in accordance with the following procedures. The chair of the commission directs all activity during the hearings. All comments shall be addressed to the commission. Any item on this agenda may be continued to a subsequent hearing. Applicant will be allotted up to 10 minutes to present and justify proposals following staff presentations of the items. Other speakers will be given up to 2 minutes. The applicant is allotted up to 5 minutes for rebuttal of the comments. No additional comments will be accepted upon the close of public hearing, although the commission reserves the right to direct questions to any speaker on any matter. Special procedures, time limits may be applied to any items as prescribed by the chair. Appeal of commission actions must be filed in writing within 7 calendar days. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Copies of the current agenda and staff reports for each of the items on the agenda are available from the Planning Division Office on the Friday afternoon preceding the meeting and available online. So we are prepared to move on to continuances and exceptions. This part of the meeting allows for applicants, members of the public, or other interested parties to request an item be 1, continued without hearing, 2, withdrawn, or 3, taken out of order. Are there any requests from the applicants, public, or commission for a continuance or exception for any of the items on tonight's agenda?
There are none.
Anything online? No? Okay, thank you. So we'll proceed in the order they were agendized. There are two items on the consent calendar today. Secretary Crutchlow, would you please read the procedure for the consent calendar?
Isn't that a continuance? Yes. So we should,
One, public, yeah, continuous.
Yeah, but it's not a new continuance.
but it's still a, okay, I'll let.
It's
Dan.
the reconvening of an already open public hearing. Really, we can't do a public hearing on the consent calendar, so I would suggest you pull that item from consent calendar, declare the public hearing to be reopened, to be reconvened, ask whether anyone can't be at the next meeting, and then take a motion to continue it. So first,
Okay, got it.
does any member of the commission want to pull that item? Doesn't need to be voted.
I move that we pull item 25-587, public hearing, continuance to the August 13th Planning Commission meeting for action on a conditional use permit to construct a single-sided digital LED billboard and the following description out of consent calendar.
Thank you, and actually, no motion is necessary. Any member of the commission can pull an item from consent calendar, so that item is now pulled.
Okay, well, we will discuss it at normal hearing, okay.
August 13th.
Okay.
No, but it's pulled, but we still needed to vote on the continuance after opening the public hearing on it officially again. Procedure, okay. I guess we can move on to public presentations. You wouldn't know that this is my last night as the chair. You would think I would have this by now. That was quite tricky. Elizabeth, are there any members of the public that would like to briefly address the commission on any item not on the agenda?
We do not have any requests online or in the chambers.
Okay, then, since no presentation is pending, we can move directly into public hearing. So moving on to public hearing items, we can read the items that'll be dealt with. Now, we will also have the continuance item as our first one. And additionally, public hearing on recommendation on Cheney Street Townhouse Project, Cheney Street, sorry, located at 4249 Cheney Street. I think I'm saying that right. Requiring an initial study and mitigation negative declaration, general plan amendment, rezone, and a tentative subdivision map. Item 3 will be public hearing action on a property located at 2303 Gianera Street for a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, rezone, and vesting tentative subdivision map to allow the development of 8 semi-attached single-family residences and associated on- and off-site improvements.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Since this is the second item and we just pulled the item out of consent calendar, should we just not open and close, open the public hearing on that and continue it before we hear this
Well, I
one?
was reading them off in case anybody was going to request an out of order.
Okay.
So, yeah, in fact, let me finish. Action on addendum to the City Place Santa Clara Environment Impact Report, Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, General Plan Amendment, Zoning Code Amendments to revise the permitted uses within the Planned Development Master Community land use designation, and to amend the Master Community Plan for the related Santa Clara project located at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive to introduce a new Scheme C land use scenario and amendment of the development agreement between the City of Santa Clara and Related Santa Clara LLC for the related Santa Clara project. Item 5 will be an El Camino Real specific plan revision, and it's a study session. And the final item would be election of Planning Commission Chair, Vice Chair, and Secretary. So let's take the first item, which is the continued use permit. I say we can open public hearing. If anyone needs to or wishes to speak on it now, realize that it will be taken on by the commission on August 13th, but you have an opportunity to say any comments that you might have. If not, then do I hear a motion to continue this to August 13th?
I'd like to make a motion to continue to August 13, 2025. The billboard, construction of a single digital LED billboard as part of the billboard relocation agreement as a minor modification to reduce, to require 1,500 linear feet distance from another electronic digital display message sign, and recommendation to the city council to approve adoption of the billboard relocation agreement located at 1700 Duane Avenue.
Second.
Okay, the motion was made by Commissioner Buza, seconded by Commissioner Biagini to continue item 1 to approve the staff recommendation. We're going to, you can go ahead and cast your vote. Commissioner Bhatnagar, you do need to announce your vote.
Yes,
You're alone.
yes,
Thank you, thank you. Commissioner Cherukuru and Commissioner Wang waiting for you to vote.
It's not coming through, but
Okay.
yes.
Very good, thank you, and the motion passed.
So we can move actually on to the Cheney Street Townhomes Project. Item 2, I assume there's a presentation by staff. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Let me just pull that up. All right. Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Planning Commissions. This is Steve Lee, project planner for this item number 2, Cheney Street Townhomes Project. This application's, just before we start, it's been submitted in 2019. There's a long period of inactivity due to COVID, change in ownership and different iterations of the plan. But it's gone a long way, and here it is before you tonight. The item is seeking for the Planning Commission's recommendations to the City Council for the following 4 actions. First one is adoptions of the mitigated negative declarations and the mitigations monitoring and reporting program. Second is general plan amendment to change the land use designations from a very low density residential to low density residential, and rezone from R16L, which is single family zoning district, to R2, low density residential, and tentative subdivision map for condominium purpose to allow the development of 9 units with associated on-site and off-site improvements. A little bit more about the existing site. Is a vacant site right now, about just a little bit over half an acre. Surrounding land uses are a 1- and 2-story single-family, duplex, and multifamily residences. Current zoning district, again, is R16L, and current general plan is very low-density residential. Just on a wider surrounding uses, we put in here bullets of a couple of things. Agnew Park, in green there's a church just around the corner from this block. And there are 2 historic resource inventory sites, one at 2086 Agnew Road and one at 4262 Davis Street. Also nearby townhomes and multifamily residences are identified on this map as well. This is what the current site looks like, and the surrounding 2 HRI properties and the adjacent townhomes that is adjacent to it on the back side. This is looking from Cheney to the site. The project, because it's in close proximity to the 2 resources, it went to the February 6th this year Historical Landmark Commissions, where the commissions review the projects for neighborhood compatibility and design guidelines. HLC made recommendations to approve the architectural review of the project with a lighter color scheme in the front facade, The applicant made that change, so the current plans before you applies for that lighter color scheme. So the general plan amendment scope is that the project's proposed density is at 17 dwelling unit per acre. The project proposes to change from very low to low so that it falls within that 8 to 19 dwelling unit per acre. And there's a map there just to see if some of the surrounding general plan land use designations as well. The rezone scope, similar to a similar purpose, is changing from R160 to R2 to allow the consistency with the allowable density. Similar to the GPA, it is R2 is 8 to 19 dwelling unit per acre. And the subdivision map scope is to combine actually 2 lots here on this site and subdivide for condominium purpose for up to 9 for-sale townhomes. The map includes a new private L-shaped streets that provide access to each of the units' private 2-car garages. And the subdivision committee cleared this project on June 18 of last year. For its affordable housing consistency, the applicant has 2 options since the project has less than 10 units. The first option is to provide either the one affordable unit or make a in lieu fee. The applicant opt to pay the in lieu fee for this project. This is the project's rendering from Genie view. And this is the site plan here. There'll be a new complete streets with new street trees planted along the sidewalk there. And this is the first floor. It's a 2-story townhome, so first floor and second floor here. Each unit is about 1,700 square foot, 3-bedroom and 2.5 bath. The project's consistent with the general plan in terms of changing to the very low density would only allow up to 10 dwelling unit per acre. Changing that to low density would make this consistent with the 8 to 19. Also, the low density residential allows attached townhome development, and the proposed change in land use destination is compatible with the surrounding land uses as you see earlier in the map. As for zoning compliance, the current R160 zones allows for single family, again, only to 10-unit dwelling per acre, and bringing it to R2 makes it falls within the 8 to 19. And R2 is intended for single family and 2-family dwellings. And then the project is proposed in consistency with the development standards applicable to the R2 zoning district. The project gone through an outreach just last year, October 24th, is a virtual public outreach meeting with notice to properties within 500 feet of the project site. 2 members of the public attended, made comments regarding parking, construction timeline, and cost of the units. The applicant explained the parking arrangement through the 2-car garage and general construction timeline, and the units will be listed at market rate. One support comment received as a post-meeting material after the agenda posted by a resident in the Bay Area supporting this land use change. As far as the environmental evaluations, it takes into account the potential environmental impacts of which was addressed in the mitigated negative declarations prepared by the project in accordance with the CEQA and was circulated for public review for 30 days. The mitigations measures are proposed for the project and will be implemented through the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. That brings us to the last slide, staff recommendations here to adopt a resolution recommending the City Council to adopt the mitigated negative declarations and the mitigations monitoring and reporting program for, that should not be Chinera, sorry, that should be 4249 Cheney, and then adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from very low density residential to low density residential. Adoption number 3 is resolutions recommending the City Council approve a rezoning from R160 single family residential to R2 low-density residential. And the last one, adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve the tentative subdivision map for the condominium purpose subject to findings and conditions of approval. That concludes staff presentations. The applicant is here and has a presentation as well. Also, our environmental consultant, David J. Powers, is present for any questions related to the environmental report.
Okay. Are there any questions among the commissioners? Yeah, I drove the site. It's definitely aching to have something built there. So hopefully this could satisfy some of the missing residential density that we have in that area. Okay, opening for public hearing. Any residents or other people that wish to speak on this? Anybody on the phone?
You want to go to the applicant's presentation first?
It's okay, you're just starting out.
I know, it's my first night.
We given one more year practice.
Yeah, I'd only need another year or so. Can we hear the applicant's presentation, please? Thank you.
Good evening, planning commissioners, and thank you for having us. Some of the basics that I would like to cover. First starting is I've been with this project since 2017, and then I handed the ball off to my clients, which are here today. So I feel really, I feel that we have a very good project and product that I think fits really well in the neighborhood. We try to keep to the best of our abilities. We cause some separation in the buildings so we can kind of make them not feel so solid and kind of aggressively set at the street. And they're nicely landscaped with picket fences and their individual little yards. And the 4 units in the front have separation from 2 to the left, 2 to the right, walkway in between. We did the same in the back, so it wouldn't be a cluster of 5. We separated 3 units with the walkway through the center and having the other 2 units to the right. What I consider and really paying attention to the neighborhood again is I wanted to try to keep as much as I could of stone and that I don't see very much of in the neighborhood, and kept it with stucco, board and batten, softened the colors, did a nice review on the roof line, which I think now really complements the neighborhood. We are going to finish, obviously, with really quality materials such as pavers throughout the shared pathways. We as a company are the developers, but we're also the general engineers and general contractors for the project. So we have a lot of, we often, as we are like today on projects, we deal with making sure that our mixture with the public is always, with a lot of care in mind. And that's important to us, whether it's on-site and there's compactions going on. We express a lot of concern with that, and we let neighbors know in advance that, they may feel some rumbling. If there's anything that's outrageous, they got our cards, they got our numbers, they can get a hold of us. And there's always different ways of doing your application. As far as encroachments, we are very experienced at encroaching on the public right-of-ways, also making sure that it doesn't cause any heartache for the community. So with that, I feel that this can be an extremely positive product that will, I think, make the neighborhood feel pretty good about itself. I think it really needs something there, obviously. It's just a vacant lot, and I think it would be very complimentary. If there's any questions that you may have for me, I'm ready to answer.
Any commission questions? Yes, go ahead.
As I recall on Steve, your presentation, there were 3 issues raised. I know construction time's one of them. I think parking was a second, and God, forgive me, was it traffic? My question is, how did you work to resolution on those?
Well, each unit, Commissioner, has, obviously has is 2 cars for parking. There is 2 visitor parkings on site, and as well as they can use some of the street. What my anticipation is, because I think these will probably be tending to very small families, which would be, you know, probably a married couple with a kid or 2, but I don't see, because of the size of them, I don't see this being aggressively populated. So I think that the parking is gonna do just fine, actually.
And I ask this at some risk, but did it mollify the people that were concerned?
Yes, to my understanding, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Are any of the units going to be affordable housing?
No, they're not.
Or not? Okay.
Bit big. Through the chair. So, and maybe this is also staff, you have 5 feet practically between the property to the north and to the south.
Yes.
Did we get any comments about the proximity with the volume?
Actually, I spoke to the neighbor, which would be, if you're facing the property, would be on the Agnew side, which they take most of the shared fence. And actually, they were pretty excited about it. They really wanted to know what type of material and what we were putting up.
Okay.
So that was really actually their only concern, because I also made them aware that there's no windows
That's what I was asking.
on that side to look into their backyards.
Yeah, that's what because there are
Yeah.
only 2 properties and only 1 property to the north, so I'm not too concerned about the volume per se, but I just wanted to make sure
Yes.
that if there was any privacy concerns brought by neighbors
Yeah,
to
we made
you.
sure we took care of those through the
And-
process.
You have, and I'm looking at setbacks per se at this point, you have about 12 and a half feet to the properties on the east, but you have more on the roadway side. Is that based on the requirement from the city, that it'd be 20 feet from, or is that based on landscaping that's happening on Cheney streets?
Fresh me on that, Steve. Where are we at on?
So if you
On
look at the
Cheney-
development plans, go ahead.
Yeah, on Cheney, there's a 20-foot setback
Yeah.
requirement from the city, so that's to code. And then they have the sidewalk as well as the park strip, which may appear, you know, if you measure all the way to the face of curb, that's 4 plus 6. So you have 30 feet until you hit one of the property frontage, one of the residents.
Okay, so I'm talking, I just wanted to make sure, is there a landscaping strip? I see it as a PG&E easement, I mean, not, an
There is.
utility easement, I'm sorry.
It's a detached sidewalk, so there is a park strip that where the trees are planted on.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. And I see value in this project. Thank you.
So actually, I have a follow-up question then. This is more to staff. Was there any evaluation of impact on infrastructure, power, water, sewer? Is it going to need improvements, or is this going to have any impact on the neighbors by adding that level of density?
Not in evaluations, but all of these will need to be built to code to bring up whatever utilities improvements on-site and off-site.
Okay, yeah, I was more interested
yeah,
in
it
knowing
went through
if we
project-
had a city impact where we needed to run another water line or something to satisfy that extra density.
Not to that scale. It went through Project Clearance Committee, which is a technical review, and whatever size upgrade that they need for this site to be serviced, that's already built into their civil here.
Okay,
Also,
reassuring.
I may add, Chair, there's still deferred permits that we will be addressing: water, electricity, sewer, all that will still need approvals. So the quick look on it is, it's been approved, but it still doesn't mean that we're in the clear. So we'll be actually submitting applications for all the necessary utilities.
Excellent.
So at that time, there'll be reviews on it.
Yeah, and cable and
Yes.
all those amenities which go up a lot. So, okay, good. Now I guess we could, if there's no other questions from commission, then
Chair, I have a question.
I can see the hand, yes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Quick question. Appears that pretty much 100% of that acreage is going to be either paved or roof, which means all of the rainwater, what little rain we get here, is going to go to the drain. Any thoughts about potentially offering some kind of rainwater harvesting and integrating into the project in some way or the other? So that's just a comment or a question. Thank you.
Well, I can answer to the comment and to the question. We have actually a bioretention system to retain all the water. Nothing goes into the public right away, and it all gets distributed into the back of the 5 units on the backside.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. So, all right, go ahead.
It's a really quick question. I know you still some permits that are pending. When do you look forward to breaking ground on this?
We are presently working on the construction drawings. Should be completed within the next 3 weeks for submittals. So I'm probably 3 to 4 months.
Yes, so before the rainy season.
Yeah, we try to get right before it.
Good luck with your project.
Yeah, thank you.
That's a genuine concern, given that you've been active on this project since 17, so that
Yeah.
I hope that you'll be able to go forward with it if it's approved. Now we can open for public input if there's anyone that wants to speak on this item. Any remote? No?
I move to close public. There's no rebuttal, right? Correct. Okay, thanks.
Priya for the move and Crutchlow for the second.
Thank you. The motion was made by Commissioner Cherukuru, seconded by Commissioner Crutchlow to close public hearing. Go ahead and cast your vote. Commissioner Bhatnagar, you want to register your vote?
Yes,
Thank you.
and I'm alone. Thank you.
Commissioner Cherukuru, are you able to?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I can't.
Okay, thank you. The motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, planning commissioners and chair.
Looking forward to seeing it.
So we, wait,
thank you
we
as
only
well.
closed public comment. We have to move, take a motion on the project. and so-
I'm rushing
although we
ahead
feel
to
we all
the
get it.
inevitable.
Just for records.
A little premature.
It's already like
All right, I've had enough of
congratulating.
this. I'm done tonight.
Okay, so I move to recommend the, should we do the CEQA first?
Yes, please.
I move that we adopt the initial study and mitigated neg deck for the Cheney Street Townhome Subdivision Project, tentative subdivision.
Second.
You got it.
Motion was made by Commissioner Cherukuru, seconded by Commissioner Biagini to approve staff recommendation 1. Go ahead and cast your votes. Commissioner Bhatnagar, did you want to cast your vote?
Yes,
Thank you.
yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you.
Yes, from me as well, thank you.
Thank you. The motion passed.
For the second motion, oh, we have quite a slew of them, sorry. Adopt a resolution to recommend the city council approve the general, am I in the right one? Approve a general plan amendment to change the land use designation from very low density residential to low density residential.
Second.
Second? I'll second.
She seconded already. Nancy did.
The motion was made by Commissioner Cherukuru, seconded by Commissioner Biagini to approve staff recommendation 2. Go ahead and cast your vote.
I'm sorry, I feel
Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you.
Yes, from me too.
Thank you. The motion passed.
I move that we adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve a rezoning from R1-6L Single Family Residential to R2 Low Density Residential.
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Charakuris, seconded by Commissioner Crutchlow to approve staff recommendation 3. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you.
Yes, from Commissioner Cherukuru.
Very good. The motion passed.
Fourth one, adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve a tentative subdivision map for the condominium purpose, subject to conditions of approval.
Second.
Chirukuru and Biagini.
The motion was made by Commissioner Charakuris, seconded by Commissioner Biagini to approve staff recommendation 4. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you.
Yes, from Commissioner Cherukuru.
Very good. The motion passed.
I
Now I
think that's it, right?
Congratulate you. And we are done with that
Okay.
item. Thank you.
Congratulations again. Now we can celebrate.
Yeah.
And thank you for choosing Santa Clara as the.
All right. We can move on to item 3, action on a property located on 2303 Gianera Street. I assume presentation. While we're setting up, I have a question for our attorney. Is there any legal way that we could say that he declares he's alone unless he says he's not, instead of the other way, where he has to declare he's alone every time?
I'm confident there's a legal way he could do that, but I can't be the rogue attorney whose one commission is doing things different from every other commission. I'm sorry, I can't do it. But yes, I believe there would be a legal way to do that. We are not going to be the front runners on
Presumption
that.
of aloneness, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Annual subcheck, City of Santa Clara. The item in front of us today is item 3, 2303 Gianera Street, and the request is for a action for a mitigated negative declaration and a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, a rezoning, and a testing tentative subdivision map to allow the development of 8 semi-attached single-family homes and associate on and off-site improvements. Those requests, the applicant is requesting to rezone from R2 to PD. The applicant is requesting a testing tentative subdivision map to subdivide the property into 8 for-sale lots and 1 common parcel. And CEQA is required for the development of the parcel and the rezoning. Here is the existing site. The site is approximately 16,893 square feet, or about 0.39 acres, and the surrounding uses is mostly R2 or PD, and the north is city-owned property. The stadium is right off screen there. And the context of the surrounding uses, within a 1,000-foot radius of the address here, about 89% of the homes are zoned PD, and this would be similar to those that are already built. The rezone scope, the general plan designation of low-density residential allows for 8 to 19 dwelling units an acre. However, the R1 zoning district, which this was zoned at the time of the application, would not allow this property to meet that 8 to 19. So the applicant has moved to rezone the property to PD. PD would allow them to use a flexible standards to allow the construction of the 8 units, as well as to establish standards that would help the property meet all of the code. So as the project sits today, the proposal meets all of the zoning code requirements so far. Excuse me. The PD's scope, there are 8 semi-attached 2-story single-family homes. Semi-attached because there are 1 unit, 2, because it's a 2-pack of each with space in between. There are 2 parking spaces for each unit and 2 additional spaces. Similar to the last project that we saw, each unit is about 2,500 square feet in total and about 29 feet 6 inches high. And there is one affordable unit, and the applicant has not used any concessions for the project. So the subdivision map scope, as you can see here, there are going to be 8 separate lots with a shared lot in the center for transit. The proposal is for 8 for-sale lots and 1 common parcel. The subdivision committee cleared the project on January 9th, 2024, and the subdivision map meets all of the city and zoning codes. Here is a 3D rendering of the project. Please note that the applicant has worked with the city to create something that will meet the character of the surrounding area. The 2 front homes will front on Gianera Street, which was something that the city asked for, and it meets all of our guidelines. And here is a close-up of the sorry. Here's a close-up of the property map. As you can see, this is the first floor of all of the units, so it does show the 2-car garage. And in front here, we have the park strip with the 2 street trees that are required as well. And here is a close-up of the site plan for one of the types of houses. Here is the first floor with the garage, second floor, and the attic. Public outreach has been done on March 24th, 2025. A hybrid public outreach meeting was done. All in all, there are about 10 folks that came to the outreach meeting, and there were notices that were mailed out to about 1,000 feet or 500 properties. So quite a few folks were sent out. And the comment focused on traffic and parking, mostly due to the influx of traffic that the folks in the area see from the stadium. I do want to say that the applicant currently would meet all of the parking requirements. The dwelling size was another issue. However, the proposed units are equivalent to the other units that we see in the surrounding areas that are also zoned PD. And finally, the landscaping. The applicant will plant trees and shrubs and will pay a in lieu fee for any additional landscaping that cannot be put on the lot itself. Okay, CEQA evaluation. The evaluation takes into account the potential environmental impacts of the project, for the project to be in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, and it was circulated for a public review of 20 days. The mitigation measures are proposed for the project and would be implemented through the MMRP. So finally, our recommendations would be to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council adopt the MND and the MMRP for the 2303 Gianera Street project, and to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve the rezoning from R2 to PD, subject to the findings and the conditions of approval, and to adopt a resolution recommending that the City Council approve a tentative subdivision map, subject to the findings and the conditions of approval. The applicant is here as well, and staff is here for any other questions, comments, or anything like that. Thank you.
So I'll take the first question. Could you educate me on why we're switching out of R2 to PD?
Yes, so R2, well, it was originally zoned R1 at the time of the application, and then in August 2024, we had the large zoning map update, which rezoned it to R2. So, however, R2 would not allow this property to meet its general plan density of 8 to 19 units per acre, as R2 would only allow single-family home, maybe a duplex. So that's why the applicant would like to.
But didn't we just create an R2 with 8 units?
8 units per acre. Yes. So for this, the lot is only 0.3. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Got it. Okay, that explains it. It's a smaller footprint. Thank you. The other?
Yeah, to the staff. So the previous project also had a L-shaped driveway in.
Right.
This just has one way in, one way out.
Right. It has a hammerhead type approach, so that the folks would, well, if you're a visitor, you would swing up towards the top and park in one of these spaces up here. And then if you're somebody who lives here, back in and then come out from the garage.
So visitor parking is all on street
No, there's 2 spaces up here, 1 and 2. Sorry, one
for
on
the
either
8
side.
units?
Yes, so
Welcome to parties.
so it would meet what the previous application had as well.
Yeah, I mean, that was a little more had L. That's why I was asking. Seems like a fire truck would be like obstructed if there was the L would have allowed a little more flexibility from a, yeah.
Is there any group garbage storage facility?
No, I believe that let me pause on that for just a second. Let me come back at you with that.
All right.
And while you're looking, is there a reason why we do, is that sidewalk that is lot B and C? And I'm hoping I can read it from here. Is there a distinction in the lot B and lot C?
Right, no, it would be all part of the total lot that's in the common ownership for the HOA.
HOA. And is that like a pedestrian walkway? What is actually happening in that strip?
So what I believe it's that for, and it would come back to the other question here, is that there are roll-away trash cans, and that would be for these folks to roll their trash cans from back to front. down the
So they're like little
driveway.
alleyway?
Right, yes.
Okay, pedestrian only? Or
Right.
cars can go through?
Oh, no, yeah. Only the folks that would live
Okay,
there,
so
yeah.
it's only 6 feet 9 inches, got it, okay. Okay, thank you, that's it.
Other commission questions before we move to the applicant? Nancy? Okay. So I guess we can move on to the applicant.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, got it right that time.
Good evening. My name's Kelly Arardi. I'm the Director of Entitlements for VCI. It's a pleasure to be here before you, and thank you for your time. And I want to thank your staff, particularly Daniel, for all the work he did in guiding us through this project and the PD to make sure we met all the requirements of the code. I think he did a very accurate and complete description of our project, but if you have any other questions, I'm here to answer. VCI is a local company. We're about 15 minutes away in 798 North First Street and have a number of projects in the area. I'm very excited about this one.
Go ahead.
I got a quick question. It just came to mind. What are you doing for sound deadening insulation? Are you going above and beyond what you require? Since you're so close to the stadium and you know the problems that the neighborhoods around there are complaining about the
I will.
concerts and so on.
I know we are at least we'll meet the code. I don't know if Daniel knows any more than that, but I believe we're just meeting what the code requires.
So you're not going to go a step above then?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, thank you.
So I see that there's concrete pavers at the entrance. Am I correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So at Santa Clara Square, they use something like a concrete pavers, and what I've noticed is that they've had a real problem with people driving over them enough times where they start getting really loose. Are these concrete pavers different than that? Or are you familiar with the Santa Clara Square one I'm talking about?
I'm not, but I know, these have to be designed to take a fire truck, coming in the weight of a fire truck, because we have a hammerhead situation. So I think we're, I think it's, like I say, it's designed for the weight of a fire truck, so I think it'll be, the integrity will be pretty strong.
Well, theirs were the same too, because that's like one of the main entrances through that place, but okay. I'm real curious, so is the way that this is designed, would the fire department actually go down there with this?
Let me show you that on the screen, just one second. Sorry, one second, it's in one of these. But yeah, the fire department has reviewed this through the PCC meetings, and they have approved the layout. Well, I think we're back to this particular site plan. So they would be coming back here and then maybe doing a Y turn, scooching out.
But that middle is like 2 lanes, right?
It's 26 feet across.
Okay, that's a good size. Okay, that's all the questions I had, Chair.
Yeah, so to follow on to Commissioner Cretchlow's comment, you may want to investigate stamped pattern for your cobblestone-y entrance for stability and strength.
Sure, I'll take that back to the
It's just
design
it's just a
team.
consideration. It's aesthetically similar without being as weak as separate pavers.
Okay.
Other questions?
And I would echo Commissioner Booza's comments that you do need soundproofing to be enhanced. Then I have seen homes to almost purchase, and the only reason I did not purchase was because of the sound that was permeating at that time. I have friends all over Cheney Street, and I know how loud it can get during a full game. So just to consider the, little children, but also any other special accommodation needs of people who would want to make Santa Clara and this place their home. Also, a question maybe to staff: what is the northern receiving stations? Is that like an electrical substation there?
Oh, yeah, it's the, let me show you on the screen as well. It's this substation, as well as there's the water storage here. So yes, and then this is HHE, something owned by SF. So.
Is there an actual, like, can you drive behind?
Oh, no.
No, okay,
It's all-
so it's just,
yes.
okay. On the CEQA document, it didn't come through, but, okay, thanks for that. Thank you. If you could consider additional sound, double pane. Thank you.
I think it'll be easier to sell the properties, the condos, when you say, yeah, we have soundproofing and so on, because not only you have the stadium, you get the airplanes flying over your head, too.
Okay.
So, I mean, If you went to buy something, when you buy something that's soundproof,
Did you ask a question? I'm sorry.
yeah, when you buy something that's soundproof instead of not being soundproof,
Sure.
yeah. Are there going to be any of the units affordable housing?
One.
One unit, fantastic. Okay, thank you.
Want to elevate?
Okay. Any other commissioner questions? Then we can move to the public input. Is there any public from here?
Thank you.
Don't go too far, you might have a rebuttal time, so, thank you. Any public? Elizabeth?
No, we don't have any hands raised, and no one in the chambers is requesting to speak.
Okay. Well,
I'm-
then,
I move to close public hearing.
Sorry, who seconded the motion?
Commissioner. Chirku and Busa. C and B.
Go ahead and cast your vote to close public hearing. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you. And the motion passed. Thank you.
Okay, so since there was no public input, there's no need for rebuttals. Any discussion, deliberation? No, we already did that.
All right, I move to adopt a resolution recommending the city council adopt the mitigated neg deck and the negative declaration and the mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the 2303 Gianera Street project.
Second.
Chirku and Jeannie. Well, then
The motion was made by Commissioner Chiracuru, seconded by Commissioner Biagini to approve staff recommendation 1. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes.
Thank
and
you.
I'm alone.
Thank you. The motion passed. Thank you.
Second motion to adopt a resolution recommending the city council approve a rezoning from R2 low-density residential to a PD plan development, subject to findings and conditions of approval.
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Chiracuru, seconded by Commissioner Biagini to approve staff recommendation 2. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you. And the motion passed. Thank you.
And last, quickly adopt a resolution recommending the city council approve a tentative subdivision map, subject to findings and conditions of approval.
Second.
Commissioner Crutchlow is the second.
Thank you. The motion is made by Commissioner Chiracuru, seconded by Commissioner Crutchlow to approve staff recommendation 3. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you, and the motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you through the chair. Almost feel like saying, yay, more housing in a sensible way.
So, yeah, this is probably the single smoothest section that we've had in a long time. I'm just going to say that we've had in the
Say it
very,
after everything's done.
yeah. Thank you. You're good to go.
Thank you for making Santa Clara your home, too.
Do you want to take a short break or not? It's only 7, but anybody? Nope. Okay, well then let's move on. Item 4.
We're on a roll, let's go.
Yeah, I know, keep that momentum. Action on addendum to the city place Santa Clara Environmental Impact Report, et cetera. I hope I can get away with saying et cetera.
The lawyer didn't say anything.
Good. You didn't hear me. So I guess we can let them set up for their presentation. We also have our planning director here to give us a preamble.
Okay, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Happy to be before you. The project tonight is called the City Place Santa Clara, and it was approved by the City Council in 2016. Since the 2016 approvals, there was a CEQA lawsuit, a pandemic, and the economy changed across the Bay Area. The developer now desires a more economically sustainable project to respond to the changing market. The developer, Related Santa Clara, is requesting that 2 of the 5 parcels be modified from office to light industrial uses. And this is called Scheme C. This allows for a range of flexible options that would allow Santa Clara to have more opportunity for development, be flexible and responsive for continued city growth, and to allow such uses as advanced manufacturing. This preserves the city center vision to remain as a vibrant, pedestrian-oriented regional destination while being supported by the other uses. Parcel 3 remains as a public park, while City Center will remain on parcels 4 and parcels 5, and it will have benefits of additional office uses to complement the housing, retail, and hotel for a 24/7 experiential development for live, work, and play. There will be additional affordable housing than what was proposed in 2016, and there will be also deeper levels of affordable housing than what was proposed in 2016. With parcels 1 and 2 being prioritized for development, this could finance future phases. This project, which totals 240 acres, is a long-term vision, and it has multiple phases, and it allows for the continued city growth. There is no specific development proposal and no specific uses are proposed tonight. There are 4 actions related to the rezoning, general plan amendment, CEQA addendum, and the DA amendment only. There will be additional opportunities for the Planning Commission to look at the Development Area Plan, or DAP, in the future. Multiple staff have worked on this project tonight. Nimisha Agarwal, Leslie Xavier, Alicia Knight, Elizabeth Klotz, and Alexander Abbey. And we also have outside counsel with Eric Phillips and Era Shimko with Burke, Williams, and Sorensen. And the developer is here as well, and they will also be making a presentation. So I will let Nimisha take the lead on the presentation. Thank you, Nimisha.
Thank you, Afsha. Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm going to share my screen. Good evening again, everybody. Nimisha Agrawal, Senior Planner, and I will be giving the presentation on this item today. So there is a lot of information that I will be presenting tonight. So before I start doing that, we thought to give you a brief outline of what will be presented today. So the presentation would cover the request and the project site, an overview of the master community plan that was approved in 2016 and the existing entitlements, and what is proposed entitlements with Scheme C, and a comparison between what was approved previously and now what is proposed. We'll give some discussion on the development agreement and the public outreach. And then I will conclude with the CEQA determination, staff recommendation, and the next steps. So the request before the commission tonight is we are asking commission to take action on 4 items that are listed here: an addendum to the City Place Santa Clara Environmental Impact Report and Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program, a general plan amendment to revise the permitted uses under the Urban Center/Entertainment District land use classification to include the proposed light industrial uses on parcels 1 and 2, the zoning code amendments to revise the permitted uses within the Plan Development Master Community Land Use Designation, and to amend the Master Community Plan, MCP, to introduce a new Scheme C land use scenario for the related Santa Clara project located at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive. And the fourth action that we are asking is for the amendment to the development agreement that governs the property relationship between the city and the applicant concerning the project site. Here is taking a look at the project site. It is a 240-acre site. As you can see, the site is highlighted here in red. The general plan designation is Urban Center/Entertainment District, and the zoning is Plan Development Master Community, PDMC. The existing uses include the BMX track and the Ameresco methane plant, but it is mostly vacant, and these are city-owned parcels. The adjacent uses include the 237 to the north and the city of San Jose. To the south is Tasman Drive, Levi Stadium, and Tasman East Residential Development, that is just south of parcel 2 here. To the east is the Guadalupe River and city of San Jose, and on the west is the Great America Parkway, office and commercial uses. The site was previously occupied with the golf course and the David's Restaurant and the Fire Station 10 that are no longer in place. Now looking at the master community plan that was approved in 2016. On June 28, 2016, the City Council certified the EIR and approved the general plan amendment from Parks and Open Space Regional Commercial to Urban Center Entertainment District, and approved the PDMC zoning and the accompanying MCP, and not to use all the acronyms, PDMC, Plan Development Master Community Zoning, and the accompanying Master Community Plan. The MCP included 5 development parcels, as shown on this image on the right. It shows the 5 parcels, and they would be developed in 7 development phases. The Lafayette Street, just to orient you to the site, the Lafayette Street divides the site into 2. The parcels 1 and 2 are to the east of Lafayette, and 3, 4, and 5 to the west of Lafayette. The Union Pacific Railroad borders parcels 3 and 4 on the west side of Lafayette. So there is a bridge for pedestrians and golf carts that spans the Lafayette Street, connecting the eastern and the western areas of the former golf course. The project site was a former municipal landfill, which was closed in the 1980s, except for parcel 5. So parcels 1, 2, 3, and 4 were previously a landfill, but not parcel 5. It was closed in the 1980s and since undergone environmental remediation. It is a challenge to build on a landfill, but it also presents at the same time a unique opportunity for a major infill development. The project was approved to construct a total of 9.16 million gross square feet of development that would create a mix of office, retail, hotel, entertainment uses, an office campus, public open space, and structured parking facilities. A total of 1,680 residential units were proposed to be constructed proposed to be constructed in the MCP. There were two conceptual land use schemes that were included in the MCP, Scheme A and Scheme B. The Scheme A, under Scheme A, parcels 1 and 2, so those are the northeast parcels over here, east of Lafayette. They would be developed as primarily as office uses. Parcels 4 and 5, which are the parcels west of Lafayette Street, would be developed as mixed-use development and would include multifamily residential uses of up to 1,680 units. Under Scheme B, parcels 1 and 2 would also be primarily office uses, but there was some retail component on parcel 2 that was included. Parcel 4 would again be a mixed-use development, but there is no residential proposed on parcel 4. Parcel 5 would be developed same as Scheme A and would include the mixed-use development, same amount of residential, hotel, retail, office uses. Under both the schemes, parcel 3 would be a public park to be developed by the city. The southern portion, if you see that dark green portion here, this is parcel 3, the green portion. The dark green portion here, the south portion of parcel 3 would be developed by the developer as a park to serve the project. The maximum height for the project was approved to be 219 feet above the mean sea level. And this, as I mentioned before, this would be approved with 7 phases, and each phase would be governed by a development area plan, or what we call, you may have heard, DAP. So what is a DAP? The development area plan, or DAP, is a requirement is something that would be that would provide parcel level details for the project as each phase is developed. The DAP application would be in conformance to the MCP, and it will include the building envelope, utilities, street network, the distribution of land uses, all those details which are right now at a conceptual stage under the MCP. The DAP applications will be presented to the Planning Commission and then to the City Council for approval. Here is a look at all the existing entitlements. So as said before, on June 28, 2016, City Council certified the EIR and the general plan and approved the general plan amendment, rezoning, and the accompanying MCP. This was followed by a development area plan application, a DAP 1, and the first EIR addendum on March 24, 2020, and second EIR addendum and DAP 2 applications were approved by the Council on July 13, 2020. There was a comprehensive sign program for parcels 4 and 5. I should have mentioned that. DAP 1 included phase 1, so right below here. And DAP 2 was phase 2 over here. So comprehensive sign program was for parcels 4 and 5 was approved in February 2021. Architectural materials review for DAP 1 was approved by the Community Development Director in February of 2022, and the architectural materials review for the DAP 2 was approved by the Community Development Director in May 2022. There was also a vesting tentative subdivision map that was approved for the Development Area Plan 1 in November of 2022. So this exhibit on the right does show all the phases that the project was approved. It would be constructed. It was proposed to be built under 7 phases. So as I mentioned before, the DAP 1 application was approved by the council in March 2020. So here's a quick look at like what was included in the DAP application. So it included 4.3 acres of the MCP parcel 5. So here is the key on the top right corner, which shows the parcel 5. And this here shows the distribution of the land uses under DAP 1. The proposal, it was approved to construct over 1 million square feet of development and included office, retail, food and beverage, hotel, and residential. Residential included 200 residential units. Development Area Plan 2. This is, as the key shows, its portion of parcel 4, 44.5 acre portion of the 88.6 acre parcel 4. And it proposed a development of 1.75 million square feet of development. The land uses included office, retail, food and beverage, hotel, residential, entertainment. It proposes to construct 500 residential units. And this was, again, approved by the council in July 2020. The architectural review for both these applications were also approved, as I mentioned before. Now, taking a look at the proposed entitlement, Scheme C, the related companies submitted an application to amend the MCP last year in January to introduce Scheme C and to add new industrial land uses on the northeast parcels, that is, the parcels to the east of Lafayette Street. So as I had mentioned, the approved MCP included Scheme A and Scheme B. This proposal would add a third scheme, which is the Scheme C. Looking at the similarities from the approved MCP, this proposal would include the same site, the 5 development parcels that would be implemented in phases, and the total development would remain the same at 9.16 million gross square feet as it was approved previously in 2016. The key differences from the approved MCP, this Scheme C introduces new land uses on parcels 1 and 2, new light industrial uses on northeastern parcels. It would change the introduction of the industrial uses on parcels 1 and 2. It reduces the intensity of the development on these parcels. And to maintain the overall 9.16 million gross square feet of development, the proposal is to transfer some of that intensity to parcel 4 and making it more dense. This was the city center mixed use parcel. And so that would get more intensified. Scheme C would also proposes to modify the site circulation. So the Lickmill Boulevard extension that was previously approved to extend all the way into the site, into the parcels 1 and 2, to reduce the truck traffic to go through the residential development in Tasman East. The vehicular connection for the Lickmill extension would not be eliminated, but it would still retain the pedestrian and the bike connection. Also the 2nd Street Bridge that spans over Lafayette Street would be removed because now with the light industrial uses on the northeastern parcels, less traffic is anticipated to go in that direction. One of the other differences from the proposed from the approved MCP is that Scheme C now includes a comprehensive list of design guidelines for the light industrial uses to ensure there is a buffer between the Tasman East residential development on the south and from Lafayette Street. So truck routes will be approved at the development area plan level to ensure that there is no interference with the nearby residential development. The design guidelines would ensure what they ask is to introduce a pedestrian and bicycle linkages between the light industrial campuses, the city center, and the Tasman East. To ensure a high-quality architecture and aesthetically pleasing buildings, the design guidelines require buildings to provide significant vertical, horizontal offsets to reduce visual bulk. Exterior wall planes should be varied in height, depth, and direction. Also, the selection of sustainable building materials that are suitable for industrial applications and contribute to environmental stewardship. Building siting and orientation along the major public corridors and residential developments is also very important. The design guidelines ask for a significant height variation to create architectural gestures in order to provide variety and modulation in facade and massing. The new loading docks and power substations will be located at least 500 feet from the residential uses, and new industrial uses will have a landscaping buffer in between the industrial and the residential uses to reduce any potential impacts or conflicts. So this is just a very small list of a very comprehensive list of design guidelines that are included in Chapter 5C.4 of the Scheme C MCP. Here is a side-by-side comparison of the approved MCP and the proposed land uses. So as you see in the blue, which was the parcels 1 and 2 that were previously proposed to be office campuses, are now proposed to be light industrial campus. The city center mixed use remains unchanged, and that except for that it will become more dense because to overall maintain the overall development of 9.16 million square feet, this will become more dense and will have more office uses. Here is a side-by-side look at the site plan. What it shows is a change in the site circulation here. There is an introduction of a jug handle connector, which connects the two areas on the east and the west. Here is the Lickmel Boulevard extension, and as I said previously, the vehicular connection has been eliminated to make sure that the truck traffic is not going through the residential development on the south. And this is the 2nd Street Bridge, which has now been removed because we are not expecting that much traffic to go to the east parcels. This is a table that provides an overview of what has been said before right now. So what it shows, as it has been said a few times, or maybe not, the total industrial development, light industrial development, is proposed to be 1.6 million square feet, which is shown here on the table under Scheme C on the northeast parcels. And that does reduce the intensity. The total development was previously proposed to be, if you look at these two columns under Scheme A and Scheme B, they were proposing over 4 million square feet of development. So there is a deficit, and that is transferred over to the city center parcels. So you see in red, this is negative, and that number is now transferred over to the city center parcels. And this is done so that the overall development under all three schemes remain the same at 9.16 million gross square feet. looking at the proposed uses under Scheme C, and these are the permitted uses for the parcels 1 and 2. The permitted uses on parcels, other parcels 4 and 5, that does not change, that remains the same, so that our focus is on listing what is changed under Scheme C. So listing the permitted uses for parcels 1 and 2 include light industrial uses, plants and facilities for assembly, compounding, manufacture, packaging, processing, repairing or treatment of equipment, materials, merchandise, pharmaceuticals, electronics, or other products within an enclosed building. Research, laboratories, commercial storage, and wholesale distribution warehouse, small power plant exemption data centers. I will pause to explain this terminology a little bit. This is a terminology that is consistent with what CEC, California Energy Commission, uses to describe the data centers that have a capacity between 50 megawatts and 99 megawatts. So we'll touch on that a little bit more. Continuing with the permitted uses, it also includes incidental uses, retail, restaurant, personal services, offices, incidental and accessory buildings supporting any permitted use not to exceed 10% of the maximum floor area of each parcel. And lastly, the permitted uses include the public and/or parks and open spaces. A minor use permit will be required for non-SPPE data centers and also for the ancillary data centers. As the name suggests, the ancillary data centers are ancillary to a primary use, and they would require they would be approved through a minor use permit. The permitted uses would require an architectural review that will be approved by the Community Development Director. The minor use permit process requires sending out notices to the adjacent properties, and if there is a concern, a hearing would be conducted by the Community Development Director before approving. I mean, if everything aligns, they would approve it then. I talked about this a little bit before, so just reiterating it, that after the MCP is approved, each phase would require a development area plan that would be reviewed by the Planning Commission, and then it would go to the City Council for approval. And the DAP approvals will be required before the ground lease. At this time, there is no data center proposed. However, there have been questions around that topic. So this slide kind of explains that if there was a data center proposed, what would be the process. So for the small power plant exemption data center with a capacity between 50 megawatts and 99 megawatts, the environmental review is done by the California Energy Commission as the lead agency. And because there is a comprehensive review done by the CEC, this is enlisted as a permitted use. It would still require going to the Project Clearance Committee, require a Project Clearance Committee review, where the departments would review the proposal and add appropriate conditions of approval. And that includes SVP. The architectural review would then be by the CDD director. For the non-SPPE data centers, and they will also require environmental review and review by the Project Clearance Committee, including SVP, to add appropriate mitigation measures and conditions of approval. And these would be, as I mentioned earlier, these would be approved through a minor use permit and architectural review approved by the CDD director. The ancillary data centers would also require the environmental review along with the primary use. Ancillary data centers are restricted to 20% of the constructed industrial building square footage, and a maximum total collective power draw of 9 megawatts, subject to availability of power. Minor use permit and architectural review are reviewed and approved by the CDD director. This slide talks about the development agreement. The development agreement that was approved in 2016 included a 30-year term for phase development, vests the maximum density and intensity of uses, the maximum building heights and gross floor area of land uses, the permitted uses, and the administrative development fees. It also included development of a minimum of 200 units, housing units, at 10% affordable and 120% area median income. The bottom half of this slide includes what is amended now with the DA and what are the proposed benefits. So the proposed amendment does allow for a deeper level of affordability and provides more affordable housing units. Other than the 200 housing units, 15% of the units would be affordable at 100% AMI. Industrial users to pay development impact fees and administrative fees at the levels as and when otherwise due, with no caps. A regional traffic fee for industrial users, similar to office users, at $1 per square foot. A community meeting was conducted by the developer last year in September at the Northside Library, and it was attended by 40 members of the community. We did receive 4 public comment letters, and that were made available as an attachment with the staff report to the commission. A CEQA analysis was done for the project. An addendum to the City Place Santa Clara environmental impact report was prepared for the project by the environmental consulting firm ESA in accordance with the CEQA, and was posted on the city's website. The addendum concluded that any potential environmental impacts associated with the development of the project site under the proposed Scheme C were adequately analyzed and covered by the analysis in the 2016 EIR. This next bullet point is more of an is information. Again, the questions have been asked around that. So included this here. The Scheme C total project trips are reduced by 20% for the AM peak hour, 24% for the PM peak hour, and 30% for the daily trips compared to the number of trips generated by Scheme B that was evaluated in the 2016 EIR. The mitigation measures under the MMRP will continue to apply. The addendum concluded that no further review or analysis under CEQA is required. With that, the staff recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution recommending City Council to adopt an addendum to the City Place Santa Clara Environmental Impact Report for the related Santa Clara project at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive. Adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve the general plan amendment to revise the permitted uses under the Urban Center/Entertainment District land use classification to include the proposed light industrial uses on parcels 1 and 2 for the related Santa Clara project. Adopt a resolution recommending City Council approve a rezone to amend the approved PDMC to add a new Scheme C for the related Santa Clara project. And the last one is recommend that approval to the City Council to amend the development agreement to implement aspects of Scheme C for the related Santa Clara project at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive. A City Council meeting is scheduled for July 8th, 2025. Staff is available here for any questions. Other than Leslie, Xander, and I, we have city staff present here in attendance, and that includes Elizabeth Klotz, the Assistant City Manager, Alicia Knight, who's the Priority Project Manager, our CDD Director, Steve Chen, the Transportation Manager, Brian Lee, Principal Engineer, DPW, and Kathleen Hughes from SVP. We also have the outside counsel. Eric Phillips is here to help answer any questions, and also Elizabeth Kenner from ESA is here. And the applicant developer team is here as well, and they have a presentation for you.
Okay, let me start off with a couple questions that'll actually add to the foundation of the conversation. You said that the switch in the zoning would subsume the office development area. That, in other words, you, by switching to light industrial use, don't sacrifice the ability to build offices if it was later deemed to be the right thing to build for those two lots, right? It includes it now instead of excludes it, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good, just verifying. Is there a developmental reason why this is happening now and not at the time that those two areas were intended to be developed?
Okay, the applicant can probably answer that better.
Okay, that's a good applicant question, but we'll move on. Okay, I know, I'm sure everybody has questions. I was just going to get a couple in that might guide us through this conversation. So you did have representatives from SVP and others. Okay, good. Now let's go through the names of the commissioners that want to speak. Who's first?
I prefer waiting for
Yeah.
Fran to make a presentation, then we'll
Okay.
necessary questions.
Go ahead. Thank you, Commissioner
I have
Piagini.
two to start with. I'm reading some of the comments, including an interesting email that I'm wondering if things have changed since that email was written. There's a quote here from a newsletter that said the new proposal would replace much of the office and retail space with light industrial space that would host data centers. Operative word would, not could. Is that still accurate? This was written a month ago. It's as if somebody had a crystal ball.
Right. Yeah, Xander, do you want to take that
There
question?
is no specific development proposal for any data center before you tonight. The option to put in a data center is being added to the master community plan. So there's the potential to put them in, and there will be some level of review required for those data centers before they go in. But there's no mandate to do it. As the chair mentioned earlier, they could still just do offices. They could also just do all light industrial on those parcels. They could make it, a bunch of Amazon warehouses or industrial uses. But no, there's no requirement to put in data centers, nor is there any specific proposal to do so at this time.
Okay, second question that was also in the same email. I understand currently that the city can't power every data center that might want to come in. I get that. But I think that's referring to large, would you call that non-SPPE data centers? So, but there's another part in there that says, if you can't, what would go into the related Santa Clara project is a 2-story data center, some page numbers are provided, and not the 4-story, 486,000 square feet data center. That makes it sound like there is a data center coming in. It's just maybe 2 stories shorter than the one already planned, which doesn't jive with what you were just telling me. So can you help me with that?
You can ask the applicant, but again, there's no specific proposal. Just to clarify, the difference between, you asked whether or not there was power to put these in, and you said, but maybe that's just for larger ones, not the SPPE ones. Just to clarify, the SPP ones are what data centers are. That is what most data centers are. They come in between 50 and 99 megawatts. That's what most will be, and there is no power to put them in today. It will be at least 8 or 9 years before any data center that comes in for an approval can get power.
Okay.
Ancillary data centers have a better shot. Those are limited to 9 megawatts.
Are those the ones that are housed inside?
Correct.
I'm going to just throw a name out. I don't know if they have one or not, but like NVIDIA, if they have one within their building,
they
that would
definitely
be
have
an ancillary because it's only up to 9 megawatts. And that's something that there is power for?
There's a greater chance of getting power for, but
Unless
coming up
2,000 buildings all decided they wanted ancillary, right? I mean, I kind of,
I shouldn't comment on what order it's all done in. I just know that there is definitely not power today for the 50 to 99, and this is, an SPP has been working closely with the applicant to make sure they're aware of this.
yeah. And so that I have the terminology correct, I know, I'm sorry, I'm going a little over 2 questions. Non-SPPE and SPPE. I am gathering SPPE, you said is what's normal right now, but that's anything from up to 99 megawatts. Non-SPE, PPE would be greater
Let me
than 99?
let me give you a slide
Thank you.
about SPPEs. If you hook up a couple dozen diesel generators or other forms of power, and it generates more than 50 megawatts, that's defined as a power plant under California law. And before you can operate a power plant of 50 megawatts or more, you have to get a license from the California Energy Commission, a certification. All thermal power plants of 50 megawatts or more have to submit an application for certification to the CEC. Now, this is a drawn-out approval process. The CEC conducts outreach to the public and hosts multiple evidentiary hearings and then votes on whether or not to approve certification. But smaller power plants, and by smaller here I mean less than 100 megawatts, can qualify for what's called a small power plant exemption. That's the SPPE. SPPE projects don't have to go through the full California Energy Commission review process. That saves the developer time, money, scrutiny. They can rely instead on the local approval process. Now, it's unfortunate that the word exemption is in there, because we use exemption also in the CEQA context, and that's not what this means. It is not exempt from CEQA if it's an SPPE plant. It means it's exempt from state licensing. Next slide. So crucially, they have to get an EIR if they're 50 megawatts or more. If they go to the CEC will do an EIR. The only question is whether or not the CEC will grant an SPPE exemption to get them out of the licensing requirement. And again, that's just for power between 50 and 100 megawatts. And we know they'll top out at 100 megawatts because every data center in Santa Clara has topped out. None of them have gone over that. 10 years ago, that would have been very large for a data center. Currently, they are starting to demand more power as AI gets used. And there was even a bill last year to try to increase the threshold to 150 megawatts. Now, that bill failed. But importantly, the definition that we use is simply whatever the state defines SPPE as. So if the state were to increase that to 150 later, then we would treat it the same way as the state did. So what's a non-SPPE? It's anything over 50 megawatts. I'm sorry, it's anything over 100 megawatts. It's also that narrow range between 9 megawatts and 50 megawatts on the other end, because those are not SPPE. They're not subject to state control at all. But mostly when we say non-SPPE, we're talking about above 100, because no one's going to build
Gigantic.
something below 50 and above 9.
And pardon me for asking, but is there any kind of, I don't want to use the word loophole, where you can connect a bunch of smaller ones and all of a sudden it's still, I'm not sure how to ask this
We
question.
use some careful language like aggregate. So if you're talking about, I don't know, putting a whole, I mean, to a degree, it's already a daisy chain arrangement because it's a whole bunch of little diesel generators. It's not one big generator behind
You
the data
get where
center.
I'm going with it.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to pass for right now.
I'll just add one quick fact that might help set context in a layperson terms. 50 megawatt power can power mansions, 4,500 to 9,000 homes.
Got it. Thank you. Well, wait, I'll squeeze one last one in. And all the concerns about how the entertainment center is now going away because of this are unfounded. The only difference is the entertainment center might be more dense. Am I correct?
Correct. Under all of the schemes, the entertainment center is still entitled, but it may be more entertaining if you put in the industrial.
That leads me to a contextual question. By shifting the density away from 1 and 2 into the current lots, or the current zones, are we, it would seem obvious that we're impacting traffic and other aspects that would normally be spread out across all of the parcels, and we're condensing it down now into half, or what, 3/5 of the space. That apparently did not affect the CEQA studies and other studies?
So that was analyzed under the addendum that was prepared for the CEQA. This is one of the CEQA items, so that was analyzed under that. I don't know if Xander or Eric, would you like to expand on that?
Yes, good evening, Commissioners. This is Eric Phillips. I'm outside counsel to the city from Burke Williams Sorensen. I can start answering the question, and we also have environmental consultants who can further elaborate. But as part of the CEQA analysis, there was a comparison to the trips that would be generated through the Scheme C, including the alternative land use configuration and the substitution of industrial for some of the offices. As was covered by the staff presentation, the overall trip generation is actually expected to decrease with the substitute. And Chair is certainly correct that there would be a little bit of a redistribution of where office trips occur as they condense in the city center. However, the CEQA addendum did look at operational impacts to compare whether or not that increase in intensity would affect the way that the intersections and traffic system worked, and concluded that there would be no new significant impacts compared to what the original EIR analyzed. So this was definitely considered, and the conclusion was that there would be no new significant impacts as a result of these changes.
Okay.
I have a question to staff.
Sure, go ahead.
What of this new change would actually come back to Planning Commission for any kind of review?
So the first thing is any phase that, as I mentioned, the project still includes, will it still be developed in phases. Each phase would require a development review plan. And that will first come to the Planning Commission.
But not the individual level of projects that is now being considered. Isn't that what we changed in our zoning ordinance, that data centers would come to Planning Commission?
That is correct, but because we have this one, so there's like many levels, 3 levels, I would say. The first level is the MCP, which has come to the Planning Commission. The development area plan would again come to the Planning Commission. That will include the parcel level details, the distribution of the land uses. And data center may be included in that proposal or not. And the last part per the MCP is the architectural review, which is where we refine the building design. And MCP does include a comprehensive set of design guidelines that are before the commission for review, like, for right now. And that would kind of guide the architectural approval.
But that won't come to Planning Commission. That was a long-winded way of saying nothing comes. Okay, beyond the large DAP, the phased plan, everything else is pretty much under the director.
The level of review for the data centers specifically depends on the size of the data center. But regardless, none of them come to the planning
That's
commission.
what I am trying to establish.
They either need a
along with
minor
the-
use permit, which does not come to the planning
Exactly,
commission.
thank you.
Or they're permitted by right, which
Thank
does not come to the planning
Okay,
commission.
I just wanted to highlight that. I know it, I got it. Thank you, Xander, for explaining it. Long-winded way, but thank you for trying to defend it. I appreciate the straight hitting here. The second question to staff, were there other land uses considered beyond in light industrial? What other land uses were considered for phase 4 and, the 1 and 2?
Okay, parcels 1 and 2, I can bring up that slide. There you go. So this includes light industrial uses, and then in addition to that, there is a research laboratories, commercial storage, wholesale distribution warehouse, incidental uses, and then also other incidental.
So the applicant is proposing out of the 8 there, only 1?
So there is no proposal,
No,
no
the
specific.
zoning, is the distinction of light industrial uses allowing research, commercial power plants, small, or is it the distinction that the rezoning is only for light industrial use?
Everything on that page will be allowable.
Okay, so the definition of light industrial is what I was trying to, zoning includes
Research.
bullet 1,
Everything.
research labs, commercial storage. Okay, and in the previous world of why was the mixed use not still there? If you're anyway just shifting from one parcel to another parcel, you're basically taking what could have happened on parcel 1 and 2 and shifted that square footage to parcel 3, 4 for offices. What was the combination that was not considered to still keep the office component here? Like, why only distinguish light industrial? It's anyway an MCP.
I believe the developer can answer that question, like,
It's
why?
basically
Because-
just a
because of the
reaction to what the
market.
developer is asking.
Also,
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So I just want to clarify, I'm getting to a point here. Everything that the developer has asked is what you are presenting as the ask, where there are other consideration by staff to lead the applicant to other options.
So it is, Chair, if I may, it is the applicant request to add the light industrial scheme.
Okay.
But the previous scheme, A and B, with the office uses, is still an available option for them.
Okay.
So this just adds additional options.
Okay.
So those
And-
don't go away.
And in this approval process, sorry, again, belabor, I'm just going through the tacticals. I'll get through the actual questions to the developer. But the minor use permit, is there an opportunity for those to come to Planning Commission through this new MCP
so if a minor use permit,
for this
yeah.
project?
correct. So the minor use permit requires notification to the adjacent properties, and if they have concerns, they can
No,
request
I'm making a very direct question.
Right. So if I may just, so
Yeah.
if the minor use permits are approved by the director, but if there is an appeal to the director's decision,
Yeah.
they can be appealed to the planning
I
commission.
got that part, Amisha. I'm trying to say a point here that Xander is getting to. I'm asking through this modification of the MC. I know the regular process, so thank you again for verbalizing. Can we make the minor use permit for this parcel 1 and 2 come directly to Planning Commission instead of just coming through one concern, 2 concerns, possibility of the director deciding whether it comes to? Can we mandate that this come to?
You can include that in your recommendation to
Okay,
council.
that's-
Absolutely, I would simply recommend that you call it a conditional use permit. The definition of minor use permit is something that does not go to planning commission, and it'll be a little confusing if we start mixing the terms.
Exactly.
But you are certainly empowered to include in your recommendation to council on the rezoning that data centers all get CUPs, and those CUPs are heard by the planning commission.
Especially because they are not in this whole swath of land that is going above into this larger rezoning context. Okay.
And I'm so sorry. I just wanted to clarify one point. She mentioned that MUPs, minor use permits, are appealable to the planning commission. The way this is set up, actually,
It does not.
they're not for data centers. They
That-
are not appealed
I
to
know.
planning commission.
Xander, Thank you.
Okay.
I'm trying to put staff on a point, and thank you, Amisha, for defending your applicant so well. You're not getting what I'm trying to get here.
She defined the usual course.
Yes.
She wasn't trying to mislead. It just,
No,
just
no.
wanted to clarify.
Okay, last question. Why in our, and this might be a hypothesis as well, I've talked to the director on this, why can't we consider other zones within other uses within light industrial, like a campus, like a university campus, a medical campus, an Amazon campus, an NVIDIA campus? Because that is not coming up here right now. You've called it research lab, but that's like what right now? It means nothing in today's definition. So I just want to prophetically think through what other industrial uses are there that we haven't thought through. That's my point. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, I knew that these questions would be coming up. So
Yes.
I have hopefully given freedom to ask them. Now, I have my question related to that for Xander. Is it within the quasi-judicial scope of the Planning Commission to recommend a forced visit to the Planning Commission for particular use permits for these rezoned areas? In other words, was it even in the legal sphere for us to say, we want to see these reviewed, if it's a data center or even, any of the other pieces? Or is it automatically and unavoidably procedural, directly to the city without ever coming to the commission? Did you follow that question?
I think so. This project is unique because it is zone planned development master community, PDMC. It's one of only 2 of such zones in the entire city. And attached to the PD zoning is a master community plan, which is this thick document of all these development regulations, but also at the end of it, procedural methods for how this project will be approved. It spells out exactly who hears what, when, and what certain timelines are. So it is those procedures that govern why the Planning Commission sees some things and not others. So if you want to make a recommendation about those procedures, you are absolutely empowered to do so. Because that's what you're doing. You're making a recommendation on that document tonight.
We need to run within the rails and not go off campus on our suggestions and our limitations, so that we can proceed through this in a way that is appropriate to the city's policies and procedures.
No, I think that's a little bit of a more framed conversation. What he's saying is you can make your recommendation because it's going back into development agreement process.
Right, I understand.
So you can open.
Yes, and that's a process and procedure within our jurisdiction.
Correct.
To recommend to council to
Yes.
add to the process of suggesting a possible use for these land
Yes,
changes.
yes.
So that we can see it again.
Exactly.
So to just
Please
go
go
back to what he said, you had said if we wanted to do this, we could ask for a conditional use permit, CMP?
CUP instead of what's proposed here, which is a minor use permit for some and permitted by right for others.
So that would be the way to do it.
Yes, when you get to the rezone resolution, I can help you with some recommended edits to that. I can recommend the commission in whatever it decides.
Okay, yeah, we just want to make sure that we're not drifting.
You're still within the rails.
So we're all in agreement.
I will
We
watch
can
you.
do this.
Yeah.
We have a way of doing it.
Okay. Yeah. Because, we need to stay on the topic of what they're here for today and not drive too far out into philosophical areas. Other questions?
Commissioner Botnagar has his hand.
Okay, Commissioner Botnagar, thank you. We can't see your hand.
Yeah, that's okay. And thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, Chair. So more comment than a question, and I'll keep it short. I think the chair already noted, I hope we realize this is a pretty drastic change, right? So 2 out of the 5, if you do math, it's like a 40% of the project's nature is being changed. So we need to realize that. Now, it is a fact that the need for office space in the Bay Area in general, if you drive around, you'll see lots and lots of office space that's going a begging, and it's understandable that since 2016, that drive. That market situation changing, some pain, and they would want to try and mitigate that. So that's understandable, and that's in our interest to try and help the developer with. But it's a very drastic change. So what my comment was, instead of us agreeing to a proposal that allows for this 40% of this land development to be then made open to all these discussions that we've just had, right? And then have no recourse to go back if we change it now. My question and comment was, can we do make this possibility available to the developer on one parcel? And if that works out for the developer, for the city, then we can consider the changes to another parcel if that becomes necessary, right? So that's my key point. I think we are taking a big bite, and how that develops, one can look into the crystal ball and go from all data centers to all retail, whatever. But in my opinion, it would be advisable to think the possibility of making relatively smaller changes, see that they work for both sides, and then think about the others. So that's my comment. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, I'll let the applicant comment on that, but I suspect that the density changes for the other parcels are dependent on both of the changes happening. Otherwise, it reduces and eliminates the logic of increasing density on the other portions. So, other questions before we get the applicant's presentation? Anything? Nope. Okay, let's go ahead and hear from the applicant.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, good evening. My name's Steve Eimer. I'm an executive vice president with Related, and I've been involved with this project from its beginning. That's why I have all this gray hair. I'd first like to thank the staff and its consultants and advisors for working so diligently with us over the past year and a half in working on these changes, and for the excellent summary that they've just provided. First and foremost, this project was born as a partnership with the city, and both parties have continued to conduct themselves on that basis. And in our view, it is only on the basis of a partnership like ours that a project as ambitious and complicated as this one will ever get developed. I would dare say that almost everyone in this room, certainly including me, would love to be able to see buildings out of the ground and tons of visitors out there enjoying the project, particularly with the Super Bowl and the World Cup coming to Levi Stadium next year. If I had a magic wand, believe me, I would wave it. To provide some context of where we've been, I'd like to share with you a brief overview of some of the significant obstacles that we have jointly with the city faced since the original entitlements, and then briefly summarize the many activities that we have been engaged in while fighting to overcome those obstacles and advance the project. First, some of the significant obstacles that we've had to deal with. Shortly after entitlements, the city was sued by the city of San Jose to stop the project. You probably remember this. At the court, Santa Clara won every point of contention. Nonetheless, San Jose appealed that decision. Related aggressively pursued a settlement at that time. That process cost us 2+ years and the imposition of some substantial financial payments. This was a force majeure event under the terms of our project agreements. Then, just as we were planning, designing, and permitting for the first phases of the project, the worldwide COVID pandemic hit us, which of course shut down development across the world for several years. This too was a force majeure event. Numerous projects like ours were halted in their tracks, as you know. Many have not restarted at all. Some have been significantly modified, and some have been abandoned altogether. But as your staff can attest, we continued our planning, designing, permitting activities through the pandemic and beyond. The aftermath of the pandemic has been equally challenging for our project and for real estate development generally, even up to this day. Interest rates skyrocketed to unseen levels in many decades based on Federal Reserve's efforts to bring down inflation. And that halted the availability of capital for ground-up development for some time. Inflation in construction costs escalated at historic rates for several years, which dramatically impacted development budgets, project feasibility, and in turn financing. Several banks collapsed during this period, most notably in our own backyard, Silicon Valley Bank and First Republic Bank. In that latter case, we had a fully executed lease for 160,000 square feet of office space in our Phase 1 office building with First Republic Bank. That lease disappeared basically overnight. The demand for office space collapsed during this time due to the advent of remote work and continues to suffer here in the Bay Area with vacancy rates staying above 20%, which is historically a very high vacancy factor. This is a materially adverse economic condition under the terms of our project agreements and results in an excusable project delay. It's impossible to date to start a new office building without a significant commitment from a major user. The business hotel market, which you're well aware of, has also suffered a significant downturn during this period with very, very low occupancy rates and also room rates. It is almost impossible to finance a ground-up new hotel in this market today. And as you know, the significant effects of all of this, the very poor office market, poor hotel market, have significantly impacted the value of existing properties of those types and also land values. So during all this, what have been our continued efforts? In the face of these obstacles, Related has continued to invest and diligently advance project. We've spent over several $100 million of our own money in that process. In terms of advancing project planning, design, and permitting, staff showed you all of the various permits that we've achieved with Phase 1 DAP and architectural review, Phase 2 DAP, architectural review, et cetera. We also have a building permit for the subterranean garage along Tasman for Phase 1, as well as for the office building in Phase 1. All of that work was completed during this time frame. In terms of critical overall project approvals, and this is important to grasp, we've been working on these for years, and we've made some significant progress on that front, but there are still some items left to resolve. Building on the landfill requires multifaceted approvals from numerous regulatory agencies, principally including the State Water Resources Control Board, Cal Recycle, the county LEA, BAA, QMD, in addition to a variety of City of Santa Clara departments. These agencies must approve various aspects of building foundation system design and construction methods, and the design of the methane gas and leachate collection systems, as well as aspects of ongoing landfill maintenance and operations associated with project development. It's really quite a process. Since immediately following the initial entitlements, we and our engineers have been heavily engaged with these agencies in pursuing those approvals. And as a result, as a matter of fact, to which your staff can attest because they've been involved in this very heavily, after many years of intense engineering analysis, evaluation, and deliberation, we just received approvals from the Water Board and the LEA last December, for the systems to be utilized for foundation construction and leachate and methane collection systems on a small part of Phase 1. We could not have begun construction on Phase 1 without these approvals. We just got them last December, after years of process, years. Similarly, because of state regulations prohibiting potable water lines on landfills, we, along with your Department of Water, have been working for several years to gain approval from the State Department of Drinking Water on the design of the project's water distribution system. We just received that approval 2 months ago. Again, that approval is necessary for development of this project. And after years of effort, we just received that 2 months ago. I will mention one last critical approval not yet obtained, but hopefully we're getting close. Development of the project site, believe it or not, requires approval from the State Water Resources Control Board and the U.S. Corps of Engineers, due to the fact that portions of the site have been classified as waters of the state.
Please go ahead and continue, and I want to hear this, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We do have a bit more to cover and a few nice slides to go through with you too, but I would appreciate a little more time. Yeah. Thank you. I'm just about finished, and then one of my colleagues is going to pop up for a minute. As I mentioned, portions of the site were classified as waters of the state and waters of the United States. Their approvals require the completion of a wetlands mitigation plan and program, and your staff has been very involved with us in obtaining that, and hopefully we're very close to being able to put that one to bed. Again, that approval is required to do any construction on the project site other than Phase 1. In addition, I'll note, importantly, electrical service to be provided to our project will come from a yet-to-be-constructed SVP substation, the Esperanza. Its design and construction has been delayed several times over the years, and the substation is now scheduled to come online in late 28. Until then, only 9 MVA of power is available to the project, and that's just enough to service Phase 1 and no more. So power for the rest of the project is a ways out there. And we're continuing to obviously work closely with SVP to address service to the rest of the project. With all of this said, I would like to assure you that Related is still committed to moving forward with this project within the framework of our strong and enduring partnership with the city. I would like to ask my colleague Nick Vanderboom to come up and share a little bit more information with you, and then we'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you, everyone, for your time tonight. We appreciate it. I'm going to skip ahead just to cover what I think are the most relevant points, just being respectful of time. But I think, what I would have covered, in some of these slides is really just the fact that I think whether it's in the Bay Area, in Los Angeles, in New York, I think Related is unique in that we have a history of doing projects that take 7, 8, 10, 15 years of work and a track record of doing those. And so while, Steve said, I think no one's more disappointed that we haven't been able to get this project started, than our team here on the ground. We also have experience staying the course, reacting to market realities as we see them, and adjusting, to be able to make projects happen. So that's really, that's why we're here is, we want to make this project happen and find a way to move forward and get started. So I'm gonna skip quickly through some of these slides and just focus on, kind of the more important stuff we're here to talk about today.
So also, could you put your name and title so it'll go over the record?
Sorry. Nick Vanderboom, COO of Related California.
Thank you.
Look, as Steve said, I think we've been doing a lot of work to move forward, and wherever we can move forward, we do. And I think a great example of that is in the Clara District, where we recently completed almost 700 housing units that we delivered. These two towers combined, you see the renderings here, and the finished photo was about a $700 billion project. Because it was residential, there was financing available in 2022 for multifamily residential. There wasn't for spec office and business hotel. But we view this as a start, right? A start of creating a neighborhood in North Santa Clara, and we really do want to continue to build on that with the project that we're moving forward. We really value the partnership that we have with the city, and I think the refinement of our entitlements that we're here to talk about is a critical part of that long-term vision. And look, I think staff covered this really well. The really critical points are, what was the project and what is the project that's already approved? It was a 5 million square foot mixed-use city center across from the stadium on about 100 acres, and it was a 4 million square foot office campus environment on the other 100 acres on the northeast on parcels 1 and 2. The change we're making, right, is to take what was 4 million square feet and do up to 1.6 million square feet of advanced manufacturing, R&D, industrial. We don't have any plans to do a data center right now. There's not enough power to do it for, I think, a decade, as staff said. If it was an option, if there was power, we would certainly consider it, but it's not in our plans because it's just not possible in the near term. And the reason we're pivoting to this use is while there is not currently the demand and the ability today to start office, which is really always the economic driver of the mixed use downtown and of this project, right? 60 to 70% of the square footage of this project always was office. We know there's demand today, and we believe there's demand today for the R&D advanced manufacturing, which has very low vacancy rates and has continued to see absorption of new development and growth in rents in this market. And I think as you also heard from staff, the mixed-use city center vision is unchanged. In fact, I think that the densifying of it will enhance our ability to make it feasible. And frankly, that type of office space is what is in demand in this post-pandemic environment, whether it's Santa Clara Square, Santana Row, downtown Sunnyvale. It's those downtown environments where office space is getting leased and where tenants want to be. And so by concentrating all of the office in the city center, we feel that long-term, as that market comes back, it will enhance our ability to make this downtown mixed-use district viable. I think the other thing, the third point is this new use, we think is extremely complementary. A lot of the R&D and advanced manufacturing that we're seeing, whether it's driven by AI, by renewable energy, transportation, the technology is being pioneered here in offices, and then they're also going out and leasing R&D facilities to pioneer those technologies. There's virtually no opportunities in the market today where you can find that in one campus. So we think that the complementary nature of being able to have an R&D facility in the Northeast parcel and the potential for an office space, a corporate headquarters in the city center is extremely unique, and something that we've already heard a lot of interest from the market. So that's why we're here. We're committed to moving forward on the city center, but we need to wait for the office market to recover to do that. We think the market is here today to be able to move forward on the Northeast.
Okay.
So thank you very much for your time. We're happy to answer questions.
There will be a few. Thank you. Shall we open to public, or do we have conversation before?
Public.
Public.
I do have a question. Thank you so much for being here. First off, we are super excited when Related came to City of Santa Clara and proposed this mixed use. I'll pose it as a question before I go. You all know, you've already got City Council in your bag, so we're just a touch point for you at this point of time, but thank you for being here. I wanted to, when you say, and I'm looking at your website, Related Digital has $500 million already invested towards data centers as your own projects and $45 billion pipeline that you are going to push out. We're just one of the cities. All your other data centers are on large swaths of land. You have Ontario, Canada, great job. Thank you, Canada. Chicago, Missouri, large one. Where do you have this kind of a data center of almost, I would say, half of 240 acres, maybe 120 acres, within a city hub that is so dense already? Where is your other benchmark of a project that has this kind of a effort?
Yeah, again, I guess I would say that it's not really our current plan because there's not power. I think as the staff articulated, all of those projects you cited, and I can quote one of our senior Related Digital people. He said, California doesn't want data centers, so we're really focused outside of California. You can't, most of the demand with AI is 200, 500, a gigawatt, right, of power. It's just not available here. And you can't do more than 99 megawatts. So it's really not actually our focus. We're focused on what's driving the AI infrastructure, right, and where that's really needed, and you can't really do it in the state of California.
So why not another NVIDIA instead of an industrial?
Well, we could do another NVIDIA in the city center, absolutely.
So,
but here's what I would say: NVIDIA, Meta, Apple,
yeah,
on and on.
any
Google,
tech giant.
They're building their own campuses.
That's
if they want a campus environment, they're building it themselves.
And that's why I'm curious why we are separating Related Digital's effort to be only data-centric versus a campus builder, like a tech hub.
Well, yeah, it's all one company, right? It's separate divisions.
But it's our land.
But we're all related. If it was an opportunity to do something, I would say we do tech campuses, right? We do those kind of environments. I would just say what we've found is in talking to a lot of users, and we're still out in the market every day talking to users. It's the bigger users really have decided they want to buy their own land and build their own campuses. We'll continue to explore it. And if we were to find one tomorrow and they wanted to do something on the Northeast, we'd go back to Scheme A or B. We would go build them a campus. I think we have that flexibility, but we haven't seen that demand in years and years and years of being out there and talking to every tenant in this market and every broker in this market. And, you know, we want to move forward. We want to pay the city ground rent and get going.
And, sorry, bear with my questions here, Commission. And there's no power anyway, so why today? Come 29.
Oh, well, you would parallel path it. So if the fastest I think we could deliver a building here would be the end of 2028, given our current timeline. So that could align with completion of Esperanza and being able, I mean, we'd want to know that Esperanza was making progress, right? And our lenders and investors would probably want to know that as well. But as long as it was on track to deliver, I mean, we would do it in parallel. We wouldn't just sit and do nothing for 3 years and then start the 3-year process of designing and permitting and building a building.
It's not because City Council is only...
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay, I will still keep it to politically correct questions here. Why not housing if it still had your previous project show your ROI with housing already giving value?
Yeah, we still plan to do the 1,680 units within the city
Why
center.
not same start and phase?
We're not allowed to. We don't have state approvals.
So why not change the zoning to be housing instead of industrial?
You know, trust me, if that was an option, we would have explored it. It's not.
And it's not because our city said so or because you thought so?
Oh, no. City staff said, could you build housing? We'd love to see it here. Frankly, rental housing, especially the cost of building on a landfill, it doesn't work. The economics don't work. It doesn't even work in Tasman East today. It worked 3 years ago.
The entire parcel of phase 1 and 2 is also on the same landfill that has been remediated.
Again, we need time for the market to recover. But
So we give you time, but why now then the DA?
we cannot get the approvals from the state agencies. They have put a hard cap of
No, but why
1480
come in
units
now for your amendment is what I'm asking.
so that we can start
With City Council?
on development of something versus waiting for the office market to recover.
What, got it?
So we should probably also invite up Ashvan to comment on the landfill issues, because I actually learned something from her in earlier conversations, because that helps to guide some of these questions, I think.
I just wanted to comment that if we consider additional housing on parcels 1 and 2, that would be a completely different project that would have to be analyzed through CEQA.
Also,
That's a different project.
the state water board has put a hard cap. We're not allowed to add any additional housing.
No. Okay.
It becomes excluded through the nature of the land itself, is what I understood.
Characteristics of the land, there is a substation, there is one of our largest retention ponds is over there. So if you're putting housing on that character of land, then we're also looking at environmental justice, we're also looking at AFFH. There's numerous things that go beyond just what the city looks at.
Okay.
So, okay, go ahead, if you have your chance to.
I have a question for the gentleman right here for related. It sounds like you're a very savvy company and you've done a lot of development. So when you looked at this project and you wanted to get together with the city, you knew what you were getting yourself into, because you, being as a professional and so, you have so many different developments, you probably knew exactly where you were going. Why didn't you, at that time, when the interest rates were low for building interest, were in the 3 and 4% for building loans at the time, why didn't you guys secure some loans in that? Why didn't you started the project while you were waiting for the lawsuit and everything else to go, and not just sit in your hands, folded hands, and wait? I agree with you that the hotel market and so on, but is in the down mode. But by the time you get these things done, the market will already be up, because you've been in the business and you know how the market just goes ahead and turns around. But the thing that gets to me the most is that you put down for light industrial, all the different things that you want. You know that any of those things, you're just blowing smoke up us. Because the reason is that there's no opportunities. There's a lot of empty spaces out there. So if you decide to build office spaces, it's not going to work. There's not a demand on that. And for research and so on, there isn't. There's a lot of empty buildings, campuses around that area. So why even mention that? The only opportunity that I see listening to you that you got coming is like you said, maybe in 2 to 3 years, you'll have the power to put the data centers in, and you have one across in 237. San Jose is doing a job with Microsoft. So the demand for AI and data centers is going to be increasing. And yes, you're probably going to get the funds to build that. But my question is, do you still want to build in Santa Clara Crossville parcels 5 and 4? Why don't you start doing that? I want to see the ground broken up there. Why should I do business with you when it's taking so long? And now you try, it's like you try to whistle now. We put a business out. We had to go through eminent domain and take a business out there that was thriving business and close the fire stations and so on, waiting for you to develop that. I mean, would you do business when somebody does that to you? Do you feel?
Let's stay out of the speculation.
Yeah, I'm staying out of, but it's a complete picture in the whole thing. But the thing is, why don't you just be honest and say, hey, listen, we're going to probably build the data centers in there. Probably take about 3 or 4 years. But let's get going. Or if not, you can always build them, and then when the power's there, go ahead and start working on them. That'll be the best way. Be honest. Don't give me any bunch of...
Let's not speculate on the thinking of the developer. Was there a question in that?
Yes, it was. Why don't you listen to it?
I'm listening.
Why don't he just tell us that there is an opportunity for them to have data centers in there? Do you have anybody asking you to build there so they can open up a campus there right now?
I'm sorry, in the Northeast for an office
and
campus?
parcel 1 and 2, do you have anybody knocking on your door says, hey, I want to move my light industrial in there and build a campus or manufacturing or anything?
That type of development in Silicon Valley is built on spec. It's really just in time. And I could tell you there's 6 of these types of buildings that have delivered within the last year. They're all currently leasing. In the last 7 years, there have been 30, 40 some of this type of Class A industrial building delivered in
Right now, do you have anybody asking for them?
The average, they are not built with pre-leasing. They start construction, and then you lease either when you're under construction or right after you finish.
But my question is, have you have anybody coming to you and says, start construction on the building?
That's actually not our area to qualify.
Yeah, no, as I said, no, because they don't plan that far ahead. You build the building, and while you're under construction, or when you finish, then that's usually when the leasing happens. It's more of a just-in-time demand.
So,
and I would just refer to my colleagues' comments on why not get started on parcel 4 and 5. This company has put an extraordinary amount of effort with an extraordinary amount of people in-house, an extraordinary amount of consultants and money to try to make that happen.
I believe you.
Was not possible.
I believe you, but if we approve this, change the parcels over to light industrial, what would you do for the city of Santa Clara? If I'm going to give you something, what are you going to give us in return?
We're going to honor all of our commitments in our current obligation, which we've continued to honor for the last almost decade since getting this project approved.
Well, if it's going to take another 10 years before you start building anything.
Let's not wander into speculation. Let me remind us here that this topic is on the issue of rezoning this and not the speculation of who is going to develop what when. This is not the opportunity to imagine our board as being a mandate or a review of the developer's plans. This is our review of his request or their request for a change in zoning. So let's focus on that.
I hate to differ with the chair, but the chair, this is what we want to know what it's going to be used for. Thank you.
Okay, next questions? Anyone?
Sure, I want to ask.
No, please.
All right, I'm going to just give this a try. If this does not go through, what happens to the entire related project?
We are currently in a material adverse economic event, given the office vacancy rate in Silicon Valley. We would continue to try to make
explore
the project move forward.
alternatives?
What?
Explore alternatives?
Well, this is a very meaningful alternative. We've spent
I
the last year and a
understand.
half working with staff to
Okay.
explore.
So there is, okay, I think I have the answer, thank you.
Commissioner Bhatnagar.
Bodnagar, you have a question?
No, listening, and thank you, but I'm okay, thank you.
Anything down at this end?
Just maybe pose it as a question again. What are your next steps after this interest to change to land use? What would you do as your immediate next steps?
Our immediate next steps, I think as you heard from my colleague, there's a lot of complexity for building on landfill.
Okay, you had 9 years to
So-
figure that out.
And we've continued to move it forward.
Okay.
Well, we would move forward with design. We would move forward with designing the Northeast to try to advance it.
And where are you getting your funding from? Is it like self-funded? What is these? And I'm not going there because I'm not expecting. I see your news releases and I've seen investments happen in every other location of the planet with where Related has been. This to me, and I'm going to be a little more harsh, maybe not, but I'm going to put it out there, bait and switch almost, because you got a project that allowed you to do a certain type of project. Of course, the city sued, but that you won the lawsuit because it had the best benefits for the city of Santa Clara. This now pivots that entire orientation of two swaths of project land to be a completely different land use. Hopefully, it's R&D only, even with ancillary, but in the funding mechanism that you attest that it has not been viable seems a little flippant from everything you've posted on your website with your news releases happening in Chicago, in LA, in London, across the planet. So I'm curious how Santa Clara project alone kind of waited for its time when no power has been still committed to you for this project. You don't have a substation.
That's not accurate.
So you have power committed to this project?
Yeah, the substation needs to be built. As
Has to
my
be
colleague, Mr. Eimer said, there's 9 MVA available, is our understanding.
And
from
the 9
exist-
MVA can go
from the
into the phase
existing
5.
grid, and the balance would be delivered in 2028, which, again, given the lead time to design, permit, and build a building, is about the timeline we could deliver the first building.
And so phase 5, you could pivot without doing this change in zoning, and I'm going to be specific to our charter here, without doing this specific rezone, what limits you from developing phase 5 or even the parcels 1 and 2?
When you say phase 5, you mean parcel 5?
The parcel 5,
Yes.
sorry.
Nothing. We would plan to pursue concurrently. It's
So-
concurrent path. So we, as Steve said, we have completed construction drawings for an office building on parcel 5.
if we don't do this, you'll still do that?
If we can pre-lease a portion of that building, which is what would be necessary to get financing, we will move forward on that.
Okay,
Full
so
speed.
without this amendment, you can still do it?
Yes.
Okay, so the progress is still in play for your other zones, approved zone.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Your office, residential, and your city center projects. By the way, I love your architectural store. I'm still elated by that. But you are still progressing with that.
Yes.
And if we don't give this a recommendation today, that will still proceed.
Yes, it will proceed. I would just caveat that, again, to date, the office market remains depressed.
So we don't want to be held hostage by it.
And it
I
may
just
be,
want to
no,
confirm.
it just may be many years. So our thought is rather than wait to do anything for the office market to come
But you're not
back.
getting power anyway on the other side.
No, as I've said many times, and the power we understand will be available in 2028. It takes 3 years to build a building. We're in 2025.
So we have 3 years to decide. Thank you.
That's not what I said. Look, the only other thing I'd like to just set the record straight on is we delivered a $700 million project in Santa Clara right across the street. So we are not in the business of spending all this time and effort and not getting started on projects. As I've said, no one is more disappointed than the entire team at Related. that we haven't been able to move this project forward. We've given it everything we've had, and unfortunately, the market hasn't been there. And I would say we have a lot of cities that we partner with that understand the current state of the market, including the city of San Francisco, where we have a project that, the plan we had in 2019 doesn't work. And I didn't speak to it, but we're right in the middle of working with the city now to increase the height of the project by 2.5 times, increase the density by 2.5 times, and work with the city to find a way to make it happen, because they understand it doesn't work as it was previously conceived. So we're very accustomed to, maintaining a long-term commitment, but also being flexible to the practical realities of the market.
I hope you're not right-handed.
Sorry?
I hope you're not right-handed.
I am.
Ooh, that's bad.
I know.
Other questions from commissioners? No? All right. I think we can open.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming up and answering. Do we want to open to public at this point? Is there any comments or anyone that wants to speak on the issue?
We don't have anyone online. Is anyone in the council chambers wanting to speak? Please come on up.
Good. Thank you.
David's Restaurant.
Please introduce
Good
yourself.
evening, commissioners. We are the previous owners of David Restaurant and Banquet Hall that we were there for decades at the golf course, 2 large areas, 10,000 square feet each. At the time that the city applied eminent domain power for first time ever in Santa Clara, because they did not want to make any changes on the plan to let us stay during our lease contract. That's where eminent domain happened. Now that you're changing all these changes, I don't know whether still gonna go through the parcel that they took away from us, or my question is that road is still gonna go through 5151 Stars and Stripes Drive for the changes happening, and you're making huge changes based on what was promised last 10, 12, 13 years, and now this decision is all yours. That's the question.
That's a good question for staff. Does the circumstances of these changes retroactively reflect the changes that were made for the eminent domain?
The street circulation system on parcels 4 and 5 has not changed as a result of this, so that street design is still planned the way it was approved in 2016.
What I'm hearing is that this will not have altered the circumstances that led to the restaurant being expelled. So.
Well, it's different, right of way versus restaurant.
But the question was that at that time, they weren't willing on 240 acres to give us few square foot of space, continue our very, very successful landmark of Santa Clara to continue because of this project. And now you're making decision of whatever data center or something that was not any part of these plans at all. We still have a lot of love for Santa Clara. We spent 50 years of our life, and we're quite concerned. Thank you.
Can I ask the chair to make one clarification?
Sure.
We don't make a decision. We make a recommendation to city council. So it's not our final say, it's our recommendation to city council. So city council also, I would think, should hear what you're having to say too.
They will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, and I feel for you.
Yeah.
Okay, that's appropriate. Thank you. Is any other questions? Nothing pending? Then motion to close public?
Are there any other public speakers?
Oh, well, there's an opportunity for rebuttal also. That was all the speakers.
And rebuttal at this time? Rebuttal.
Yeah. Is there any comment that you'd like to make or rebuttals? No? Yes.
Move to close.
Second.
Oops, sorry.
I had one more question to the applicant, sorry.
We'll do that, yeah.
Okay. So the question, if you want to come up, whoever is the right delegate. So Commissioner Bhatnagar had raised an interesting proposition of, can we do a horse trade here? Instead of both parcels becoming industrial, can we first pilot with one parcel being redesignated and leave the other parcel? Like, why both parcels?
I think it's really, we don't believe the office campus environment is desired or viable, and that's why we think all the office belongs in city center, which is the current plan. And I think to justify this change, you don't want to mix those two uses right next to each other. We think, we're only talking about up to 1.6 million square feet of R&D and industrial, and we think there's significant demand for that, and so we think it's appropriate to pursue that campus, in its entirety with that use.
Yeah, because it'll look like a swath of a data center, just like you have at your Memphis campus right now and your Missouri campus.
As we've said many times, there's no plans for a data center.
Let me ask this quick question.
Thanks.
Just to help you out there. If we put in a conditional use permit to say, you have to come back to us for adding a data center, would you have a problem with that? Because you're saying data centers, from your standpoint, is not viable at this time. So if we put a condition in there, then that if you did decide to do it later, you would have to come back to the planning commission as well as other people, of course. Would that be a problem?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to just confer and understand, but it doesn't sound like it'd be a problem.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there's any other.
Move to close public hearing?
And I think it's at your election to do that. I think
Well, thank you.
regardless of our.
Well, I like asking too.
No, I
Be
appreciate it.
inclusive.
Thank you. Yeah.
Move to close public hearing?
Second. Third.
Crutchlow move, I guess, can give it to Biagini as second. Commissioner Biagini.
Go ahead and cast your vote to close public hearing, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you. The motion passed. Thank you.
Before we go through making a bunch of motions, it's possible to take a break.
So the request was to take a break before we proceed to the next phase of the discussions. 10 minutes?
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
That's more than sufficient, yes. Thank you.
Every time we say 7, it becomes 10.
Well, see, this is why you do 5, and then everybody takes
10, yeah. Thank you. We'll be back. Sorry. Yes, we're starting again, so I guess we're open to council or commission, council, I'm thinking of the bigger picture. We're open to commission deliberation. Is there comments, questions? Commissioner Wang.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you for the developer present the plan. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Give it a shot.
Speak louder.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Yeah. I like the plan, and I do hear some questions regarding the light industrial usage. I think it's very simple. If some of my colleagues don't like data center, we just put it in the condition. That's it. So, Commissioner Botnagar, I hear you. You try to split right the two parcels. Personally, I prefer we do it at once. This commission, I think, before I talked, I think it's not efficient enough. So I really hope we can speed up the process to support our city's development. So I recommend just that. I support the city staff and the developers' request. Thank you.
Okay, next, Eric.
All right, so I agree. I like the idea of developing it together. It just seems economically more easy to do. I think the key factor here for me is the industrial use is a bit broad in what might happen, and we would like to know which way that goes. And so I can see where using a conditional use permit would be a way to deal with that. I don't want to necessarily go down the path of saying no data centers per se, but broaden it to say, okay, once you figure out what industrial light use that you want to do, we would like to make sure that it fits with how we see it working for our community. So I would suggest that from our standpoint that maybe we just broaden it. We don't limit it to just data centers. We just say, hey, listen, when you get to the point where you have those plans and you're ready to go and say, this is how we want to do it, great. Because I agree with you. Office space is a dime around here. If you can fill it in, man, people will be very, very happy. So wanting to change that does make sense to me. Thank you.
So I was hoping that our director, perhaps, Ashwan, if you would like to comment on actually also our city attorney, on the legalities of excluding a particular development type under the certain zoning. As I understand it, it's not within our scope or ability to exclude a particular development type. Microphone. There it goes.
So what they're asking for are industrial uses on parcels 1 and 2. And they've asked for a range of industrial uses. And so you could look at all the uses that are being proposed, and that is what is being recommended, and staff is supportive of those uses. The question is if you want to, for example, eliminate 1 or 2 of the uses, that is entirely up to the commission. If you want to limit them or if you want to not allow them, that's entirely up to the commission to make that recommendation.
I think what I was trying to get into is trying to make sure we understood exactly which one made sense. So like if you said, R&D, fantastic. So if we want to say, okay, the ones that you listed that staff recommended, great. But if it's anything else or data center, we want to see it back here. Does that work for you?
Yeah, that would work.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
You can make that recommendation.
Yeah, that's all.
Council can accept or ignore it. Yeah. The attorney, do you have any comment? Is there any opening of a legal vulnerability by attempting to exclude a particular development type? No,
Just making a
that's what we're just
recommendation.
saying, is that we would like to see it back again. I'm sorry, I used a poor choice of words. Can we legally request a review of the proposal?
I don't see any legal impediment to doing that. I would suggest that if you want to make that sort of modification, you do it when you get to the rezoning motion. But certainly, one of the main functions of city government is to decide what land uses are appropriate in particular areas of the city. So if you want additional review for specific kinds of land uses, you are empowered to put that into the law, or in your case, recommend that that be put into the law.
Yeah, please, sir, ma'am.
Can we do one thing about that?
Sure, please.
So this may be a little ahead of it, but I think that's where we're going to go. At some point, whether it's now or later, what I would like to say is bring up that slide again with all the uses, and then maybe we kind of go over that, and then if there was something that wasn't listed in the slide that you said, hey, yeah, we might want to see this, fine, maybe we ask, but without going through an entire set of categories, make it easy for you so that you say, hey, listen, if it's R&D or this, and this, you don't need to come back. You're done. You're good. But if it's something else, then we would like to see it. So can you bring that one slide up when you get a chance? Would that be okay, Chair?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
This is information. Yeah.
Okay, so research.
No, it's first plans and facilities that are assembly.
I'm sorry.
The first bullet is the first use, actually. The first bullet is actually a use.
Light industrial use.
It's the plants and facilities for assembly. The zoning is light industrial, but the uses have, first one is plants and facility for assembly, compounding, manufacture. So it's, think like a fruit packing industry that was there.
Research.
Amazon.
Well, research labs are R&D, no? Yes? No, okay. Commercial storage is fine, right? We're going to pass on data centers for the moment. Incidental use, retail, restaurant, personal services, offices, I think is fine unless anybody else says so.
Yes.
You're good, okay. Incidental and accessory buildings supporting any permitted use not to exceed 10% of maximum floor space for each parcel. Would that include that really small data center?
No, it's going above. So it's talking about the incidental supporting any of the, not to exceed 10%, and I would like to increase the 10%, actually.
To what?
If it is going to go retail, restaurant, personal services, and okay, maybe this is a classification or a definition clarification from staff. When we say incidental and accessory buildings supporting any of the permitted use, beyond the data center, what else is limited to 10%?
Just to clarify, data centers are not limited to 10%. Ancillary data centers are limited to 20% of the square footage of the building that is constructed. What's being mentioned here are incidental buildings not to exceed 10% of the square footage, which means a separate building from the main building. So you've got your industrial building, and then you've got a supporting use.
Retail?
I would think retail would be supporting.
And so that cannot exceed 10%?
Correct. Yeah, so you have a 100,000 square foot main building, you could have a 10,000 square foot coffee shop supporting it.
Okay, good, interesting
We all like
catch.
coffee, especially if you're an engineer. But let me ask one question about that. So let's take like an NVIDIA or Palo Alto Networks, right? They have literally a data center sitting inside there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right? So would that come under ancillary data center or no?
Yes.
Okay, so I would suggest we would want to leave that there because if you do R&D, you may want an ancillary.
But then we are separating data center. But that's a good question. Is NVIDIA considered an R&D? Then let's define first NVIDIA.
I would hope so. Otherwise, we can.
Could be an office?
Exactly.
No, they have R&D there.
But it's a
For sure.
component, but I'm saying it's a campus.
This is a campus, yes.
So what I'm trying to say is there's no office here at all.
Right, but
Office is subsumed.
Again, but it can't exceed 10%.
Right, but so if you have a research lab, I could see where you would have, that research lab is going to be basically, to me, kind of a generic office, let's say.
Okay.
But for a specific purpose. So I'm doing research there. I have a bunch of my NVIDIA GPUs there, and I'm doing all that kind of work, so I need something that's around an ancillary data center, possibly, for doing R&D purposes. So things that would connect to.
I'm thinking a Google office, an Amazon office,
Exactly.
a Microsoft office.
Exactly.
Data center is now ancillary to the main administration and R&D.
Yes.
I put both administration office / R&D together, and I want to make sure that that is still the interpretation.
Just to clarify, so the 10% applies to the size of a separate building. Incidental offices, incidental retail, incidental personal services are not capped at 10%.
Okay.
So you can have your larger building, and then a portion of that building, 20% of it, is offices. It's the 10% only applies if you got a separate building. You could have a 25% incidental offices.
You could have a large cafe and a
It's
big
very
building.
complicated, but-
Well, hold on, I got a different answer for this. If,
Hold on, the attorneys are working here.
25% is the cap for the incidental office that is nested within the same building.
So that is
In a
what I was
separate
trying to
section.
flip the number of threshold-based use, because we will always dabble with what is more revenue generating, what is more market dictating, and we are going to dabble. So I'm positing a portion of the opportunity to recommend not having a percentage be limited if we are anyway going to take out the components that might become much more, reviewable by a commission like ours. So that's what so if we say light industrial uses, sure, if you want to get fruit packaging back, R&D works, commercial storage, wholesale, okay, sure. By the way, Morgan Hill had its own Amazon warehouse, which was 300,000 square feet. That was a riot with the community there. So let's play that as with just warehousing.
don't worry, Amazon's already seriously being built over.
Let's not drift
where
too
the,
far into all.
I know, but I'm saying,
Right?
but
So
opportunity.
I'm not worried, I don't think that's going to happen.
Okay.
But anyway.
So incidental uses, my hope, my real hope is that because we are putting so much of a pressure on the west parcels, whatever, that it's going to struggle for additional opportunity for just a reprieve. So retail, restaurant, personal services, offices, if we have it, I hope they continue to traverse between both parcels as an opportunity site. What I don't want is just an end swath of just one particular type of, it could be a campus, which, I would add then to this, are we looking at campus?
I don't think we're looking at campus. I don't think, even if we did, what's the downside?
What would you have, so let's play a healthcare campus
Let's
or a
say-
university campus.
Okay, so let's say they do have that. So what would we?
What would be the classification that is defined here?
Good question.
Auxiliary, I know what you're talking about. You see,
Now, let's play another Santa Clara University, a UC extension, a Harvard extension. You'll have university extensions.
Right.
We are going to become an innovation hub as a city, and our AI innovates.
Yeah.
There's going to be an educational component of all of that. Google has its. What I'm saying is there are uses that are not here that we should ask for, and the uses that are here, we then bring additional review upon.
Okay, so
Yes.
let me, okay, so, good point.
Before we go too far, okay, first off, you can agree or disagree with me on this. This is not a holy crusade against data centers.
No, it isn't.
This commission is not out to kill data centers. What at least what I hope we are trying to do is build in safeguards that allows the city to develop its long-term goals and objectives for data centers and its power consumption and all these other aspects that are currently strained to the absolute limit. We just want to make sure that in the future, the commission and the council get second look at proposed things that in fact impact those.
Well, there's two things that I'm trying to do here. One, you're right, I'm not trying to nail data centers at all. What I'm trying to say here is, these are the things that we were being told are the uses.
Yes.
Are these the only things that would be the uses for this property?
This is a canonical list.
It is. That's what I asked them to do it yesterday. This is it. If
This is
it's
it. Okay.
designated as an
So-
industrial, light industrial use, only those bullets are allowed.
So it doesn't allow for an extended campus, it doesn't
Yes.
allow for,
Educational,
Sutter Health
healthcare-
offshoot.
Yes,
Right.
or a Sutter Hospital.
Actually, if
That's
you
what I
look at
want
it-
added.
Okay, if you look at it, when it says offices, research laboratories, or whatever, that's part of the,
No,
campuses.
no, they're not.
No,
They're not.
no, I can see that.
Definitions are different.
Okay, this is
Actually,
all up to
help
the,
us.
let's let the staff answer this before we dive too deeply into.
So, through the chair, what's listed up there is what's been analyzed through the CEQA. This is what the applicants request this is what's been analyzed through CEQA, this is what is before you.
Okay.
But as a recommendation, if we made another land use into it, which is not in any of our city zoning, by the way, you know that, we talked about it, where would like Sutter Hospital be zoned?
So if you want an entire medical campus or entire educational campus, that's a different project.
That has no zoning per se defined.
That's not part of this request, no.
Okay. And we have an opportunity here to ask, again, we are all recommending, I get it, fully get it, while we are making our recommendation in a thoughtful way, again, no limited use, we are not hypothesizing this is all data centers only, but if you're anyway having a gamut of uses possible, including parks and open space, which the applicant is open to, I'm saying leave an opportunity, and if the CEQA did not analyze it, what would it mean? You did an addendum, only with these changes.
Well, they could always come back and ask for something else, right?
Exactly.
Like,
So I'm
let's make it a
keeping
golf course, right?
Yeah.
But that, we don't need to deal with that, right?
No, but if you make it industrial, they can't. They will just
That's
do
right,
this.
they can only do this, but if they decide like, well, we want to now change it to something else, they would have to come back and say, we want to change it now, right?
Okay, so that's the fair evaluation, is that this is expanding the scope of what currently has been negotiated.
Exactly.
And approved.
To just this.
And if another change wants to come through, they'll come back again, and that's a reasonable process. So,
Am I getting you right what you're asking?
No, they won't come back, is what I'm trying to say. If you allow by right through an addendum that allows the EIR to consider medical campus or a university campus here, that would be already built in, because an applicant like a Sutter would then need to come Rosine. I know. I'm just saying as a recommendation to city to consider opportunity for other land uses beyond just these 8 bullets.
But if they're only asking for this, why do that?
That, I'm saying that's not their permit. This is our land. This is city land.
Right.
So they, through the chair, if they want to, in the future, let's say they get like a huge contract with the Sutter Health, or they get a contract with the Stanford, they could come back and do an amendment.
You would still have to do another CEQA.
Yes.
Is that correct? So.
You're not getting the point.
yeah, but that,
What I'm saying is, we are not enabling it by removing the barrier. That would require a separate effort, which they are not going to do right now. The applicant is not going to go the additional way, because this is their interest.
Right.
I wonder if the applicant would be willing. No?
I am making it a possibility for the city council to understand that these are all not the only options for a city land to be used for. There are other land uses, whether related wants to do it or somebody else wants to do it, that's a separate conversation.
yes.
Is that within the scope of what we're trying to talk to tonight?
Does our legal counsel want to chime in on any part of this conversation? Is it?
Well, as you've noted, there is no CEQA analysis of educational or hospital uses, and it is not the project that is proposed tonight. There is no way to include those uses without redoing the CEQA. So to the extent you want to convey to the city council that you'd rather see options for those things in addition to everything else, you could make a separate motion, just sort of
Consider
separate from everything else that's really not part of the
Application process.
application tonight. But the message will be conveyed to the council.
Okay.
But the council's hot hands would be similarly tied. They also could not, when this goes forward on July 8th, approve the project with educational or hospital uses. They'd have to stop and redo the.
So I've had it pointed out to me, reasonably so, that we're not looking at a project tonight. Okay, we're looking at changes to
Land use.
Land use. Okay, so we should try possibly to avoid speculating deeply on exactly how this land could be used, and instead focus on how it can possibly be used and let it go. Because if they need to switch to something else that requires new CEQA, they're going to be back for a whole round of more conversations, which I don't think is currently.
So then let me finish my thing then very simply. If this is canonical, great. Then the only thing I would say is we can put a conditional use regarding any data centers, and that's that.
Okay. And that gives the city some safety net in the future.
Gives us safety net too, right?
Yeah, oh, yes, and the commission an opportunity to hopefully suggest guidance for things that are more healthy for the
But they get everything else that they list here.
Okay, so,
Is the applicant willing?
Concur.
all right, other questions? Anyone want to make a motion?
I do want to say that
You're
off
okay
the
with
record,
that?
on the record, this DA, whatever it's called, is for 30 years.
Yeah.
So just posit that you have an opportunity to ask for conditional use permit outside of data centers, other uses to come, interim, if you need to.
Exactly the reasoning behind putting stipulation to return for review for areas that we have some concern over.
And so we need to define, either it's all uses come, or only data centers is for deliberation.
I'll entertain the motion, and maybe we can decide from there.
Okay?
You're
Before
open
you
to
go
it,
to
right,
your-
Steve?
Oh,
We have
I'm
to,
sorry, before you go to your motions, can I just share the specific language that I think we'd be talking about?
okay, please.
The master community plan is what spells out the specifics of what uses are conditional and what uses are permitted. This is page 21 of the master community plan. If I can get my screen to work, I can enlarge this, I hope. Yes, okay, good. So, permitted uses, as currently drafted, you'll see SPPE data centers are listed, item number 2. If it's the desire of the commission to make such uses conditional, that line would be struck. Then under conditional uses, we have non-SPPE data centers and ancillary data centers required to secure a minor use permit. We would simply put all data centers into this paragraph and change minor use permit to conditional use permit, if that's the direction of the commission. So we'd be making those couple of changes to page 21, if that's your direction.
Make that motion first, or we have to do this in a particular order?
You always have to do the CEQA before you do any other action. You could theoretically do the rezone before the general plan amendment, if that's your,
Steve,
these are all just recommendations.
you're open to the potential of educational centers or medical centers down the road? I said open, I don't know. I have to ask.
Commissioner, I think we'd be open to certainly the suggestion that in the future, if there is an opportunity for an educational center, medical center, research center related to all of that, we would certainly be willing to pursue it. But I think it's really clear, as it's been stated, that that would require us to come back
Right.
with a whole
Understood.
new CEQA analysis focused on that.
Understood.
A whole different traffic set of patterns and everything else.
I know Nick probably wouldn't like it, but you're open to it, so
Right.
I understand it involves
It's a lot of work, I understand.
more.
It is, and time, and
I think the commission is attempting to create even more flexibility for you than was originally defined in the rezoning. But it's not necessarily our position to do so. We could just recommend to the council that they open it further to a larger set of possibilities, because we want related to do this project. We want to see the development.
Right.
You know, we're not against it. We just want to see a future for Santa Clara that gives everybody a best opportunity to be happy.
Yeah, thank you,
Boy,
Mr. Chairman.
warm and fuzzy, sorry.
We do appreciate that.
Make motions now?
Yeah, please. I entertain motions.
Get this right. So Xander, if you could help me out here. The first one I think we have to do is recommend that the city council approve and adopt an addendum to the City Place Santa Clara Environmental Impact Report analyzing a new Scheme C land use scenario for the approved master community plan for related Santa Clara project located at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive, Santa Clara. Is that the correct one?
Where's he at?
Okay.
Is that number
Second.
Okay.
number one?
Yeah, well, I'll second it.
First one.
You ready, second?
And Commissioner Wang seconded.
Mr. Wang, seconded.
Heard it.
Commissioner Wang?
Yeah.
Okay. So we are going to take a voice vote because we do have Commissioner Bhatnagar attending remotely. So just a moment, please.
Excuse me, that is not true. We are using the telecommunications provisions under the later law. We are not using the traditional remote telecom provisions that require everything by a voice vote.
I was told otherwise.
I
but
know you were told
okay,
by
very
someone
good.
who is not the assistant city attorney. Please follow my legal advice. Voice
will
vote is
follow your
not
legal
required.
advice,
I don't like being
definitely.
overruled by non-attorneys.
You
Thank you.
got it, you got it. Okay, thank you. All righty, so go ahead and, the motion is made by Commissioner Crutchlow, seconded by Commissioner Wang to approve staff recommendation 1. Commissioner Bhatnagar,
Proceed.
your vote?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, I'm alone.
Thank you, the motion passed.
All right.
Thank you.
Next motion. Adopt a resolution recommending the city council approve the general plan amendment to revise the permitted uses under the Urban Center/Entertainment District land use classification to include the proposed. Now, before I get all the way through this, Xander, this is the one where we have to modify this, correct?
No, you're reading the general plan one, so no. The general plan one stays intact. It's
Okay,
the
so
it's the rezone one that.
Okay, I will start it from the beginning just to make sure I get this correct. Adopt a resolution recommending the city council approve the general plan amendment to revise the permitted uses under the Urban Center Entertainment District land use classification to include the proposed light industrial uses on parcel 1 and 2 for the related Santa Clara project at 5155 Stars and Stripe Drive.
Second.
The motion was made by Commissioner Crutchlow, seconded by Commissioner Wang to approve staff recommendation 2. Commissioner Bhatnagar, your vote, please.
No,
Thank you.
and I'm alone.
Okay, the motion passed. Thank you.
All right, number 3, is this the one, Xander?
One.
All right, can you help, should I just start reading it out and then we go to it, or what would you suggest?
Why don't I propose a resolution and you can tell
Please
me
propose a resolution.
a language. My recommendation would be that you adopt a resolution recommending the City Council approve the rezone to amend the approved plan development master community to add a new Scheme C for the related Santa Clara project at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive, with a modification to page 21 of the master community plan to delete SPP East data centers from the list of light industrial parcels 1 and 2 light industrial campus development under permitted uses, and to revise paragraph 4 under conditional uses so that it applies to all data centers, and that the use permit process is a conditional use permit that goes to Planning Commission rather than a minor use permit.
As said.
Second.
Motion was made by Commissioner Crutchlow, seconded by Commissioner Biagini. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you. And the motion passed. Thank you.
And finally, recommend approval to the council to amend the development agreement to implement aspects of Scheme C or the related Santa Clara project at 5155 Stars and Stripes Drive.
Would that cross-verify the conditions above? Because this is where the DA is going to get solidified.
One moment. Is there anything in the DA that's about the, okay. Oh, okay, or the who decides what type of entitlement each has? That doesn't say anything. Okay. No changes are necessary to the DA. Thank you.
Okay, so we're good?
We're good. So
Second.
I made the motion as outlined there in 4, and
I seconded it.
Motion was made by Commissioner Crutchlow, seconded by Commissioner Biagini to approve staff recommendation 4. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you. Thank you. The motion passed. Thank you.
Okay.
You can
So we
breathe.
got to the end of this, and it looks like you're good to go, but it's just drop back when you decide you want to do a data center. That's it. Okay. Yeah. Swing by, we'll have a cup of coffee. Oh,
We just
could
want
be.
to see you again.
Oh, stop it.
That's if the city council takes it.
now you
I
see
hope
that,
I
that's
am.
the problem. You will be alive because God wants you here.
We'll roll you in if necessary.
We're in purgatory.
We want
Thank
you,
you.
we want you to
Thank you
leave
for your
this earth
patience.
happy that it's finally breaking ground, okay?
Yeah,
And
definitely.
we want your Uber airport still. That's what you should have recommended for your land use there.
Yeah, an airport. There you go. Oh, my God. Can we continue the study session?
So moved.
Yeah, thank you.
Leslie, we're,
You don't get a, you know. Does anyone here feel the urge to continue the study session to another meeting?
No.
Well, hold on. Did you hear what he said?
Continue
it to another session.
to another.
You said no.
My pleasure. Thank you.
You do agree to continue it to another session.
Chair, this is Yash. I just wanted to let you know I had informed Elizabeth that I have to leave at 10 o'clock for a work-related meeting that I have to attend.
yes, and I did
Let's
notify the
continue
chair, so
the
thank you.
the study session if,
Yes, please.
You want to finish the election first and then do the study session so he can pass?
Oh, yeah.
let's do the
If
election.
don't we need to take a vote to continue then item 5, the study session?
Let's just take a vote to continue it.
Consent.
But
Go.
by consensus, you can decide to take something out of order. If you're making a decision to continue it to another meeting, you should take a vote.
Let's vote. I move we continue it, the study session to a date to be determined. Is that okay?
Well,
And I'll second it, whatever that date is.
the next meeting is August
Yeah, next meeting is August.
13th.
Nothing in July, huh?
Wait,
Everybody's really.
do we have somebody who's paid to do this and will have a different ramification if we move it?
Oh,
Oh, my God.
So guys, okay.
Well,
Okay.
Here's what I would say. We should,
Well, is it-
we should do the, okay, I take back my motion,
Yes.
and I would say, let's
That's what I
let's
said.
do the election first, since I want to make sure
go
that
on to the study
Commissioner
session.
Baltgar is here.
He has to be involved.
Okay. So,
We're going to.
By vote consensus, may I make a motion that we move item up on the election of the officers for Planning Commission?
I don't think we need a vote for that.
you don't need to vote.
No, I think it was to move.
She requested for consensus.
Consensus
And I've
granted.
interpreted the murmurs as consensus has been granted.
So we are on item 6.
Yes.
Deep apologies to the consultant that's been enduring this.
Well, maybe we can move this
Yeah.
quickly.
Okay. I nominate Commissioner Boozer as the chair and Commissioner Crutchlow and the vice chair and you, the secretary.
Who the hell is you? You, whatever you.
I'm sorry, we don't have Commissioner Yu here.
Commissioner.
I think you have to do one at a time.
Oh, one at a time?
Can we take a vote with all of those?
You can either do one at a time or a panel.
Want to finish all nominations before?
Yes.
But historically, we've just done one at a time, but you can do a panel. You can see,
There's only 3 of them, let's just go.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Mario.
we have your motion to
you
nominate
have his nomination, right?
Booza as
Not a
chair,
motion yet, it's a
Crutchlow-
nomination.
Right, and no seconds are required per nomination. Are there any other
I
nominations?
would like to change the nomination. I'd like to nominate Yash Bhatnagar for chair, Eric Crutchlow for vice chair. Yash, we talked about this. You can do it.
Oh, we did.
And Commissioner Boozer for secretary or somebody else. We'll do that. But I'm just saying that I'm going to nominate first Yash Bhatnagar for chair.
Okay, so that's well, you did have a motion on the floor,
no.
so what should we do here?
Well, there were 2 nominations on the floor. Both of them were for panels of votes.
Right. Should I just do the first one
I'll
then?
separate one.
Can we do them one at a time?
Yeah, that's
'Cause
what I said, I
think There's
separated.
going to be more than one nomination for each.
Discretion of the chair. All right, so are there any nominations for chair?
I nominate Eric Crutchlow.
Okay.
I can't keep up with all these.
Nobody else wants to get nominated with my name mentioned? Come on.
Wait, we're going to take a vote, correct?
Yes,
No,
it's separated.
We've decided,
Separate.
the
That's what he
chair
was
has
gonna
asked that we do one at a time.
Right, so I'm
Yes.
putting this as the vote right
So
now.
far, we only have one nomination, which is Crutchlow.
Yes.
No, we have.
Are there any, what?
We had 2 nominations.
We're doing them one at a
3
time,
nominations.
correct?
This is the question, how are we going to vote among?
Oh, I see. Okay, so Commissioner Wang nominated Booza, Crutchlow, and Chair Crew, but we're just looking at the Booza part of that.
Yes.
Is that right? I understood. Commissioner Chair Crew nominated Bhatnagar, Crutchlow, and Booza, but we're just looking at the Bhatnagar.
Yes.
Salim has nominated Crutchlow.
Yes.
All right, so we have Booza, Bhatnagar, and Crutchlow nominated. Are there any other nominations?
Don't you want to
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's
he's
fair
going
to ask the individual nominees if they feel that they can accept the nomination.
Commissioner Booza, do you accept the nomination?
Ask, Mr.
Commissioner Bhatnagar, do you accept the nomination?
I would like to withdraw.
Okay, so noted. The nomination is withdrawn. Commissioner Crutchlow, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
And Commissioner Booza, do you accept the nomination? All right, there are 2 nominations for chair. Are there any other nominations?
Should I now put both one up at a time?
We don't have another way of doing it,
have a
really.
poll?
Well, should we just put the vote up and have the vote taken?
Yeah, if you just do it as a vote, the first 4 wins.
Okay,
Okay.
well,
So I will put up Commissioner Wang's,
since he was first,
which was to nominate
Oh, you're right.
Commissioner Booza as chair.
as, sorry, hold on.
Oh, God, I'm getting confused now. How are you going to do this?
Go ahead and cast your vote, please.
Wait,
Who's this for?
election
This is,
for who?
This is for Commissioner Booza
it
as
says right
chair.
here, nominate Booza as chair.
Oh, okay, I'm
don't
looking
see
at
it
the
on here.
screen. It doesn't say
I
that.
don't know what
We
it
don't
says
see
on
it,
your
but-
screen. I apologize. I
gotcha.
would think it would show
This
that.
is-
So the motion is
It
by
says there,
Commissioner.
Nominate Boozer as
I'm
chair.
sorry, I see it there. I don't see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, there,
nomi-
but not down.
Nominate Commissioner Booza as chair.
The motion
and,
is to-
Commissioner Bhatnagar, could you register your vote, please?
The motion is to elect Commissioner Booza as chair. The earlier action was the nomination.
Commissioner Bhatnagar, can you,
Yeah. Yeah, I was waiting for the conversation to.
Oh, okay,
subside.
sure.
So my vote is no,
Thank you.
and I'm alone.
Okay. The motion did not pass. Thank you. So the next motion is by, remind me, it was, who made the motion? Okay. Go ahead and cast your vote, please. Commissioner Bhatnagar, your vote, please.
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you. Commissioner Wang, go ahead and cast your vote, please.
Vice Chair?
No, this is for Commissioner Crutchlow as chair.
As Chair?
And the motion did pass.
There will now be nominations for vice
37
chair.
years ago, when I got married, I said I do, and now I'm doing it 37 years.
You do vice chair now?
I'm in trouble
Yes.
now?
Okay.
Are we
I'll
taking a
actually
vote?
nominate Commissioner Booza as vice chair.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I think Robert's rule says you have to ask 3 times.
3 times, right.
Hearing no other nominations, by acclamation?
Go ahead and cast your vote, please, for Commissioner Booza as vice chair. Commissioner Bhatnagar, your vote, please.
Yes, and I'm alone.
Commissioner Salam, can you put your vote in there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
See, as a nominator, I think.
Oh, wait, I thought, didn't I hit it already? Oh.
And the motion passed. Thank you. Excuse me, I'd like to,
No self-confidence.
I'd like to announce, did Commissioner Wang just leave?
He might have.
He had to go. Commissioner Wang
Okay,
had
well,
a
then we need to
family
announce that Commissioner Wang has left the meeting. Thank you.
Can we still go for secretary, or do we?
Yes.
We could do secretary.
Yeah, quorum is present.
Okay. Nominate Commissioner Chair Kua.
The who?
The lady to my left.
I think it was Commissioner Yu.
Commissioner Yu.
Do, as Sandra would say, do we have any other nominations for, okay, secretary? So we have a motion on the floor to nominate Commissioner Chair Kuru as secretary. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Bhatnagar, your
You
vote?
accept it, right, Priya?
Yes, and I'm alone.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hong is abstained by absence. Right?
He's absent at this point. And are you going to put a vote in? You can.
I'm supposed to know. Abstain?
You are empowered to vote?
Yes, you
You
can.
can vote against yourself?
Yeah, I
You can
voted all the
abstain?
time.
She says yes.
Motion passed.
Oh.
Thank you.
You voted, okay.
But in my mind.
Thank you. I think that covers the.
Phew.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank
Commissioner
you.
Bhatnagar. So now you can
Congratulations.
run when you can.
Thank you. Yeah, when you're, hopefully your business obligations ease up a little bit, you can sit in the chair. So I guess we will continue. Oh, boy. All right, we're going to
Study
continue
session.
with the study session.
We would very much love to give you a study session on the El Camino Real specific plan if you allow us to.
You have 5 minutes.
We do have our consultant for the specific plan, Alessandra London, online with us this evening from Ramey & Associates, who's going to be presenting to you. And we will do the presentation as quickly as possible for you. We know the hour is getting late. But we would like to present to you this evening as we are doing the council in 2 weeks. So we would like you to have
Trust
the
me, this is one of the better
information.
part of the projects we heard.
Have the information as well. But we've been working on this project for a number of years, and I'll let Alessandra go ahead and get started and not do a bunch of preamble.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Salim and members of the commission. I'm going to share hopefully a brief PowerPoint with you on the Camino Real specific plan, specifically the revised plan. So let me see if I can share my screen. Okay. Oops. And did that work?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. All right. So I'll try to go through this as quickly as possible. I'm just going to give a brief background on the project, overview of the specific plan, the key revisions that we've made, and then some of the public feedback we got, as well as next steps on the project. So the purpose of the specific plan is to refine and implement the general plan vision for El Camino Real, which was identified as a focus area for growth in the city. It addresses required specific plan topics such as land use, transportation and infrastructure. It creates goals, policies, zoning, and design standards, identifies specific improvements and actions to achieve the vision, and includes an environmental impact report. And the direction from the general plan is to transform El Camino Real from a series of auto-oriented strip malls to a tree-lined, pedestrian, and transit-oriented corridor with a mix of residential and retail uses. And the specific plan aligns with these high-level policies. So I know it's been quite a long time since we've held a study session on this plan. So here's briefly how we got to this point. So in 2010, the general plan rezoned the corridor for residential and mixed use. In 2017, the City Council directed staff to prepare a specific plan. Between 2017 and 2021, our team at Raymond Associates worked with staff and the CAC, or the Community Advisory Committee, to prepare a draft specific plan. We then took that to City Council for adoption in the summer of 2021, and we got direction from them to modify the plan. And then since then, starting in March 2023, we started kind of the phase 2 of this project to revise the specific plan per council direction. So specifically, the council directed us to prepare a reduced density specific plan to address community concerns over residential adjacency and the impacts of higher density development. But they also wanted to retain enough development capacity, or 4,400 units to be exact, and elements of the prior specific plan to support mixed-use development. So I'm going to walk through an overview of the specific plan and some of the key revisions we made. So here's the high-level table of contents. There are six chapters in the plan, and most of the revisions were made within Chapter 3, Land Use, and Chapter 4, Development and Design Standards. As a reminder, Chapter 1 provides kind of the context and background, location, and an overview of the community engagement process. And we made just some very minimal changes to this, adding the additional CAC meeting that was held in December of 2024. Chapter 2 provides the vision, desired outcomes, and the planning frameworks, such as focusing development at key activity nodes, respecting the character of adjacent neighborhoods, and improving multimodal access along El Camino Real. Chapter 3 covers the land use policies. It contains the land use map, development growth potential, and the open space plan. And then some of the key changes in Chapter 3 include we added a new lower density land use designation specifically for townhomes. We reduced the density along sensitive interfaces adjacent to single family homes. We revised the land use plan so that it was consistent with existing and recently entitled projects that have been built over the last few years. And we reduced the development potential per City Council direction to 4,400 units. This slide shows the now 4 land use designations in the plan. In the previous draft, there were 3 designations, which you can see on the left, and we split the previous corridor residential designation into 2 zoning districts. So now it's corridor residential and corridor residential low, which is the new designation for low density townhomes. The regional Commercial mixed use is the most intense of the designations at 55 to 100 dwelling units per acre and 5 to 6 stories in height. It applies to large activity center parcels along the corridor, such as Moonlight Center, and ground floor is required along El Camino Real in this zoning district. New development must have pedestrian-oriented frontages and significant public streetscape and pedestrian improvements, as well as publicly accessible open space. And then this is just an example of one of the renderings we have in the plan of what could potentially happen at Moonlight Center with some vertical and horizontal mixed use, incorporating some one-story retail and residential behind, with a large central public plaza. Next, we have the corridor mixed use, which is a moderate density zone that allows development at 44 to 65 dwelling units per acre and 4 to 5 stories in height. Retail is allowed, but only required at key intersections within this zone. And the plan requires both shared and private open space within each residential project, as well as publicly accessible open space being encouraged generally. The corridor residential designation allows low to mid-rise residential building types, such as garden-style apartments at 26 to 45 dwelling units per acre and 3 to 4 stories in height. In this zone, commercial ground floor uses are allowed and encouraged, but they're not required. Parking is probably going to be typically accommodated in garages, tuck under or below grade, and this designation applies to small and moderate sized parcels. And then lastly, we have the corridor residential low designation, which is the new zone that allows townhomes at 12 to 25 dwelling units per acre and 2 to 3 stories in height. And it applies to those really small, shallow parcels along the corridor, particularly adjacent to single family parcels. Commercial is allowed, but not required. This slide shows kind of the overall land use plan or land use map for El Camino Real with those 4 designations. And it also shows those areas where ground floor commercial is required. And then we've also included this map to highlight parcels where we made land use changes from the original specific plan. So in total, we changed 60 parcels to the new corridor residential low designation. Those kind of very light blue lines show parcels that are directly adjacent to single family homes. So as you can see, we redesignated a number of the small parcels, particularly along the northern side of El Camino Real, where there's more sensitive neighborhood transitions needed. And then we also rezoned 7 properties to corridor residential and corridor mixed use, respectively, to reflect recently approved or pending projects. And those are shown with a kind of cross-hatching. Chapter 4 contains the land use table of permitted uses by zone, the development standards such as density, heights, setbacks, and objective design standards, which are now required by state law. And then some of the key revisions we made in Chapter 4 include adding development and design standards for that new corridor residential low land use designation. We also revised the neighborhood transition standard for the northern side of El Camino Real to require a 30-degree daylight plane, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more on the next slides. We made some minor revisions to development and objective design standards to align with the recently adopted zoning code and best practices. And then we replaced the original site plan that we had included for corridor mixed use with a new site because the original site we had selected in the plan was redeveloped since then. So a key concern from the community throughout the development of the specific plan was sensitivity to adjacent low density neighborhoods. And the plan includes a number of transition strategies and standards to ensure that new development does not cause privacy, shading, and other impacts on those adjacent properties. The plan previously included a 45-degree daylight plane transition in height abutting those single-family parcels. And as part of this phase 2, we conducted shadow studies for several parcels along the northern side of El Camino Real, where those shadows, the buildings can cause greater shadows on those parcels adjacent. So based on those studies, we revised the standard to require a 30-degree setback plane, so a shallower plane, specifically for the parcels on the northern side. We also have other transition standards in the plan, including deeper setbacks, upper story step backs, smaller scale and house form building types. So for instance, providing townhomes as a transition, orienting windows and balconies away from existing homes, and providing landscape buffers. And then here you'll find the results of the site tests and shadow studies that were conducted for several parcels on the northern side of the corridor at the intersection of El Camino Real and Morse Lane. So there are currently 2 hotels on the site. I think they're 2 stories, both of them. They're built up almost directly to the rear property line next to single-family homes. And we modeled a building that could be built using the standards in the draft plan. Specifically a 5-story building using that new 30-degree daylight plane. And here you'll see that the shadows fall on the adjacent, or it illustrates, I should say, how the shadows fall on the adjacent single-family homes throughout the year. On the top, you'll find those are the shadows caused by the existing hotels, and then on the bottom, you'll find the shadows from the new hypothetical mixed-use building under the specific plan regulations. And I know it's a little bit small, but the new building does not shade the single-family homes with the exception of the winter solstice when the shadows are the longest. You can also see there is some shading on the yards of those homes to the rear of the site, but they are actually mainly caused by the 6-foot fence along the property line. And they're about the same as the shadows being cast by the existing buildings on the site today. Moving on to mobility, Chapter 5 contains the mobility framework for the corridor, the proposed bike network, pedestrian network, sidewalk standards, parking, and the right-of-way concept for El Camino Real. And we made some minimal revisions to this chapter in accordance with the recently adopted zoning code. So a key element of the specific plan is kind of the future vision and right-of-way concept for El Camino Real. And this diagram depicts both the existing condition with the 3 travel lanes, turn lanes, and very narrow sidewalks versus the future scenario. So the plan establishes both an interim and final configurations for the right-of-way that give greater support to a range of travel modes, including bicyclists, transit, etc. So on-street parking will be removed to accommodate a protected bikeway, bus boarding islands, much wider sidewalks, and street trees as parcels redevelop. And then lastly, Chapter 6 is implementation and includes project administration, community benefits, capital improvements, and a funding and financing strategy for those recommended capital improvements. And again, we made very minimal revisions to this chapter as part of this phase 2. And then we held an open house workshop on February 24th, 2025 to present the revised draft plan. So here's some of the feedback we received. There were some concerns regarding vacant retail and current market conditions to implement the plan, given current economic uncertainty, which, you know, is I know a concern for most development at this point in time. Participants mentioned the importance of active residential uses on El Camino, such as lobbies and community spaces, which the plan does address. And then there were also some questions regarding the loss of the original plan residential capacity. So moving from 6,200 units in the original plan to 4,400 units in the revised plan. And then in terms of mobility, generally speaking, I think participants were really happy to see all the bike and multimodal improvements in the plan. There were some specific concerns on loss of on-street parking, and some other comments, very specific comments on things like, the need for safety improvements at St. Tomas and generally more reliable transit needed along the corridor. So what's happening next in the process? We'll be holding a city council study session on June 24th. The public draft EIR will be released kind of later this summer, early fall, and the plan will go for adoption fall of 2025. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you all so very much.
I've got a question right off the bat. I'm trying not to keep it too long. Did you make any plans in the transit access for FSD pickup and drop off? Full service driving, Ubers, Waymos, all these are coming very near future, and they can't stop in the middle of the street, and they aren't going to pull off into the sides of the neighborhoods. So we should be in some way considering providing them with access points for the cars. There's digital tags that you can apply that allow them to pick a particular area of the street to stop in this case, the curbs. Yeah. And hopefully that can be put in as a consideration for the future, because I think bus traffic and things are going to actually continue to diminish as people start switching to more personal travel. But they aren't going to have to park it because it drives up, drops you off, and keeps going. So we don't need parking for it. We just need places for them to do the drop off and pick up.
We'll do a cable car and you just jump off.
It's just the cable cars. There you go. Yeah, we'll have rickshaws traveling up and down El Camino, picking up people.
I have one question, if I may. Yeah. So I'm curious about it, since AB 2097 came in and said that we cannot set any limits for parking in the building anymore. Given that we're getting rid of the parking on the street and you're trying to build up residential housing, it seems a bit conflicted. Because well, if I don't have enough parking spaces and we can't, mandate it in any way, has that been thought of? And how is that going to affect this plan?
We do still have parking standards in the plan and in the zoning code. We'll be using the parking standards in the zoning code, so those do still exist. I mean, developers can obviously choose to ignore them and use AB 2097.
But we still have 3 different ways in AB 2097. I know Xander looks at me and gives me this dirty look about that. We still have ways to,
yes.
being bad.
Yes.
Sorry. But we still have ways to say, hey, listen, we're going to exempt ourselves from this because of one of these 3 reasons.
Correct.
I don't know if any of those actually would apply here, but my concern is 2 things: making it narrower, which I think may be unsafe in some ways, and also building up was it the maximum was 3 stories or 4 stories? 4?
For which designation, or for on any of them?
Along the corridor, it was 3 to 4 stories on the buildings, right?
5 to 6 is the maximum, but that
Okay.
only applies to a few very large parcels.
Okay, yeah, because my main concern is I don't want to see a Grand Canyon of El Camino.
Yeah, so the activity nodes, so the Moonlight Shopping Center, down at the Lawrence Shopping Center, the Santa Clara Town Center. So those big shopping centers have the 5 to 6. Everything else is the shorter 2 to 3, 4 to 5.
And is there anything in there that's specifically saying when you build a 6-story building and you are looking out upon your neighbors that are, R1 and such, that you have to have some kind of opaque windows or anything like, there's any kind of requirement to say, hey, look, we need to maintain some kind of privacy?
So we have the 45-degree and 30-degree daylight plane. We have the step backs. We do not have glass requirements.
Okay.
That'll come with the individual projects, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Well, I would like to see it as.
Oh, no, it'll go directly through the objective design standards. You're right.
Yes. So, thank you. Okay, that's it. Thank you. A very good presentation for the nice short period of time you put in. I'm really impressed.
Through the chair. So my question is, we have reduced, and it aligns with, are you also, the El Camino Real has to be developed first. If you're trying to get your is there an actual plan for the roadway improvement to happen, or is that developer, how can you make the recommendation for a street reducing, widening without doing it ourselves first? Like, isn't the city required to do it?
So we're not moving the curb to curb. The curb to curb is staying where it is. The wider sidewalks will come as each property redevelops.
So it can
and
go
we'll- yeah,
wonky
it'll-
for a while?
Right, so it already is. So if you look at the development that has been done out there, the sidewalks have gotten wider at those new developments. So it already is doing that. So as each new development comes in, the sidewalks will get wider.
But the roadways, like
The
where
roadway will stay the same and the bike lanes will go into the existing roadway. So
and the bus, which is now going to go to the closest.
the bus will stay in the 3 lanes that are already there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And last but not least, for the traffic, is there an intent to reduce the speed limit, knowing that it's going to get, because people, you're narrowing it.
Yeah.
You're intensifying the onset of people. Please consider reducing the speed, but also take into consideration that it marries to the El Camino Real of every other city. So this is like the Royal Way, going all the way to Mexico, I'm assuming. But in the interest of trying to protect people, know that you're coming into a reduced or an intensified pedestrian-friendly, child-friendly space. You should consider reducing the speed.
I would disagree with you.
Because?
Because if we would enforce 35 miles an hour, we would already have a much safer El Camino, and we don't. So I think that it's in theory great, and I think the enforcement is such, that's the,
But I'm saying, I mean, the idea is there's going to be more restaurant, cafe, patio.
but what would you reduce it to, 30, 25?
I'm saying, I mean, we do it in campuses all the time, so I know.
Campus is a different thing.
But I'm saying the intensity is going to become much more
Don't disagree.
Paris-y, hopefully.
If we would enforce 35 miles an hour, I would be impressed with the amount of
But
safety.
I'm
we
saying,
would
yeah, that's a regulation
I think-
code enforcement, but I'm saying from a allowed speed limit, why not reduce it so that code enforcement becomes even better?
People don't respect it to begin with.
So
Okay, secondary question.
here's a possible reality check on that. It's currently 35.
Yeah.
On the majority of it. People go about 5 to 10 miles an hour over that speed limit. If you lower the speed to 25,
It'll be
they're
to
gonna go
35.
10 or 15 miles an hour over it. They're still going to go 40.
Well, hope not. Let's be realistic. Like our city streets are also the same way. We have 25.
I think Commissioner Kreschler had the nod to the. So
No, but I'm saying schools have it. If you're going by a school,
true,
you are required to reduce your speed.
And how many do?
Okay, you're going on a. Just because people don't doesn't mean we don't have laws.
I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is the solution to the problem is enforcement. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we're agreeing to the same thing. We want it.
Yes.
Chair, if I may, one other point is that it is Caltrans right away, so we would have to ask Caltrans to reduce the speed as well. So you'd have to lobby Caltrans for that speed reduction.
Really, I think a really good consensus solution would be better enforcement.
But yeah, and hopefully, once the bike lanes come in, that also, narrows the roadway in the mind's eye.
Which is not a good thing either. That concerns
Well,
me a lot.
reduces speed.
Yeah. Well-
the more things that get closer together,
I'm
people
thinking
tend to slow down.
What you're doing is reducing the safety
Exactly.
that you have now, because people tend to do this, because also, if they would enforce not being on your stupid phone.
Yeah.
But
Okay. Well,
clarification.
This is kind of
Is
beyond
this
what we can do.
Caltrans really, not
It is
city?
Caltrans, yes.
The
Yeah.
entire El Camino Real is
Correct,
Caltrans,
yes.
not even county?
Between the curb to curb.
Yeah.
No, not the county, it's Caltrans.
Yeah, the road's going to stay the same.
Correct.
Width.
Yes.
It's going to have, it's a blank slate that we can draw lines on.
Right.
That's why we're able to put in bike lanes. and
Correct.
Stuff, we can put lines on it, but it's the same depth of the road. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes,
I would
thank you,
so
Alessandra.
deeply love to dive deeper into it. Maybe we could have a part 2 later after you've done the council presentation and see what changes have been implemented. But please consider FSD. It's a reality, it's coming, it's in other cities, it's going to be in our city. Even if you don't ask for it, Tesla,
Yeah.
things like that already have it.
Alessandra, did we include a standard about drop-off? I know we talked about it.
Yeah, we do have a section in chapter 5 on curbside management that the transportation consultant, Fair and Piers, helped us devise. And it does talk about or encourage kind of flexible drop-off zones in the plan. We don't have any like strict
Standards. Yeah, okay.
strict requirements in terms of like actual number of spaces required. But we do have those guidelines saying, you know, this is coming, this is necessary. You need to start thinking about this as part of redevelopment of these properties.
And
I'm definitely concerned that 3,000 pounds of driverless vehicle is going to be crisscrossing across bike lanes. And that is a fact of this design, is you're going to have a mixed conflict of who wants to be where across that road.
How much narrower is the road, each lane going to be?
It's already been narrowed. When Caltrans repaved the road a couple of years ago now, they narrowed the lane widths to 10 feet, I believe that's correct. They were 11 feet, they're now 10 feet. So if you notice the outside lane is very, very wide.
So I assume we also were monitoring how many accidents we were having, and did it potentially increase? Or we didn't monitor that at all?
I'm not aware that we were monitoring accidents, no, but we did narrow the lanes so that we would be ready to stripe for the bike lane.
And for the VTA bus stop, can we get better bus stops first, please?
I will put in a word for that, absolutely.
Thank you. Can we make that part of at least the developer coming to have a VTA bus stop that has a shade, actually makes it usable in all, you know?
Well, the drawings in the presentation showed that, so hopefully.
No, but it has to happen, is what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
Okay, shall we drive on to the next level?
Yes,
which is
thank you so much.
reports of-
Thank you, Alessandra.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great work.
And enduring the entire rest of the meeting. Wow. Reports of commission, board, liaison, and committee announcements, other than the new upcoming conference.
What?
Anything?
Elizabeth, right?
No? Okay.
No.
Travel training reports, requests to attend the trainings. I have my little reminders. American Planning Association California Chapter Conference 2025 is taking place in Monterey, September 28th to the 1st. Commissioners Hong and Crutchlow have been registered to attend. So we'll have a representation at least.
You wait till I'm chair.
That's what's going to be fun. Feel the weight of it. It's actually pretty good.
Kneecapper, yeah.
That'll put a dent in your head. So there you go. Onward, I guess. Is anybody else wanting to go that hasn't chimed in?
I would like to say thank you to our chair, Salem, for an amazing year of chairmanship.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Was
Thank
that the
you.
first time or this time?
I wasn't here the first time.
We were going to give you one more year to practice, but then we took pity on you.
Yeah, well, I completely demonstrated my inability to do this
But
job.
thank you, Chair.
Shoes to fill.
And I can't wait for Commissioner Crutchlow
Oh, that ought to be fun.
to be the new chair. But thank you, Salem.
This is it. You're up here.
Thank you, Lance.
Yeah.
Right.
Planning Commission Board budget updates.
We have a lot of money.
Yes, your budget balance is approximately 7,200, 7,295 at this point. And end of the fiscal year is June 30th, and the new budget will kick in on July 1st.
So can I put a request in for one more keyboard?
My goodness.
I don't do anything to it other than use it. I think it gets heated up a little bit, and this keyboard just, I don't, it's a disaster. I actually have, at this point, keys fully worn off from use.
Well, I think we did discuss that previously, and
I have
you,
blank spaces now.
so are you requesting it now because you?
I use it a lot.
Please order. I vote for an order for a new.
Yeah.
Second.
Same one, it'll last me the last 2 years.
You'll have to send me the specs of what you want,
All
and
right.
I can't guarantee it'll be out of this year's budget because we have deadlines.
Yeah, that's why I was
Purchases,
bringing it up.
so-
but-
We'll do our best, but regardless, let's get it done.
Okay, it's not
Sure.
that expensive.
No, it's not.
Thank you. Upcoming agenda item.
So we have no meeting in July, so your next meeting is in August. We will have the continuance of the billboard from this evening. We'll have the continuance of the fence from a few meetings ago. Those are the two items that I have right now.
It's no longer a continuance. Can we just?
Hey, quick.
Oh, the due process presentation by our Assistant City Attorney.
By the way, that continuance for the fence,
Mm-hmm.
is there any kind of limitation, like how many times can they continue it before it's like,
I don't think there's any legal limit, but I think they've had, yes, I think they've had ample opportunity.
So next.
Yes. So
Yeah,
we will be renoticing it for that hearing and bringing it forward.
And if they don't show up,
If
you
they
are
don't show up,
empowered to
yeah.
act.
Yes.
Yeah, it's.
We'll leave it up to the
show up
commission.
or shut up, so. Pardon the bluntness. So,
you're still chair, you can be as blunt as you want.
hey. yeah. That's it, we're down to city council actions.
So at the council's May 27th meeting, they did approve the second zoning code cleanup. The second reading occurred just yesterday, so that'll be effective July 10th, 30 days, July 10th. And then the Planning Commission also voted to approve the cleanup as well. They also approved the removal of the 3 general plan focus areas. That vote from the council was a vote of 4-3, so they also had a robust discussion as this Planning Commission did on that item. So, and yes. And then the other item I had, the last meeting, you had requested some information about our annual progress report from the general plan with the affordable housing numbers. Do you want me to do that next time? I do have a few slides. I can do that next time, or I can go over them tonight. I'll do it next time.
Next.
Okay. I will send it via email, and then we can talk about it next time if you like as well.
Thank you.
One last item, if I may, minor thing. We always say that AT&T UVerse Channel 99,
Oh, yeah.
they do not, there's no 99 that you can get on.
It's not on our agenda,
thought we took it off.
Commissioner Crutchlow. It's not on the agenda. It's been taken off.
It's been taken off by whom?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, it's been taken off. Yeah, it's not there.
We used to list it on the agenda.
We did, yeah.
way you could watch the meetings.
Yeah, it's still on here. What? I'm sorry.
No.
It's still listed as showing that 99 is the right channel. It's not.
What page of the agenda are you on?
It's not
I'm
on
looking
the
at the
agenda.
adjournment at the bottom. It just says, hey, if you want to see.
It's on the digital.
On,
It's on the digital.
Oh.
Right here.
yeah.
I should take that off.
All right. Good enough.
Oh.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Here.
Joy and thank
We
you.
removed it from.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.